You're a good person, but you can't give me what I want. We're just not from the same world. So please, Muhan, stop chasing me. Goodbye. She had the kind of face people called angelic. Soft voice, polite bow. Then she turned and slipped into the passenger seat of a luxury sports car. The engine roared. The car vanished. And Muhan was left standing there on the sidewalk, still holding 2 ice cream cones like an idiot. Everything had been fine yesterday. Laughing, talking, planning little things. Then suddenly, breakup speech number 001. Textbook execution. Oh, great. Double ice cream for me then. He forced himself onto a park bench and ate both cones like it was some kind of mission. While he ate, the memories just kept replaying. He and Guruashi had grown up together. Same neighborhood. Same schools. Same classrooms. They finally got together in senior year. It felt natural. Like it was always meant to happen. He even studied harder just to get into her university. But college changed people. His best friend had warned him. New faces. New worlds. New choices. Most people shifted without even realizing it. He didn't believe it then. Now he did. He tried to tell himself she must have her reasons. That maybe life was just complicated. Then he stopped himself. Was he being pathetic? Okay, he muttered. Let's just say I want to win her back for dignity. Not because I'm desperate. Sure. Whatever helped him sleep at night. Her parents were his adoptive parents. They still saw each other often. He didn't want things to turn ugly. So he told himself. If they couldn't be lovers, then at least friends. Still a dog, basically. Time passed. He kept trying. Buying small gifts. Trying to talk. He even spent 2,000 yuan on a bracelet. That was a lot for a guy who worked nights just to cover tuition. But today, watching her drive away toward the future she wanted, he finally understood. That bracelet had never been enough. He dragged himself back to his rented apartment. He'd chosen this place because it was close to her. They were supposed to live together. She only stayed 1 week. Then she left. Quietly. Like she'd never been there at all. The empty room echoed. He felt hollow. His phone rang. Muhan, night shift Xiao Wang is busy. You take his shift tonight. It was the supermarket owner. Love might disappear. Rent didn't. His parents were gone. Extended family? Gone too. His adoptive parents had already done enough paying for school. He wasn't shameless enough to ask for more. So he washed his face and went to work. It was a quiet night. Good thing too, because his head felt like fog. By 5 in the morning, it was raining. He opened his umbrella and trudged home through the gray dawn. That was when he saw her. A girl sitting alone on a park swing. No umbrella. Soaked through. Xia Yu. He recognized her instantly. Same university. Same year. Cold, distant, breathtakingly beautiful. People avoided her. Rumors clung to her name like cigarette smoke. Smoking. Drinking. Fighting. Wild girl. He never believed rumors. But he'd still heard them. He hesitated for a moment. Then walked over. Are you? Xia Yu. She didn't look up. Not until his umbrella blocked the rain from her face. Her wet hair clung to her cheeks, water rolling down pale skin. Hoodie, plaid skirt, black stockings. Everything soaked. She looked fragile. Too fragile. You'll catch a cold if you stay like this, he said softly. None of your business. Her voice was faint. Like even speaking took effort. He could have left. Probably should have. But looking at that small, lonely figure, he remembered what rain felt like when you had no one. He remembered wanting someone to notice. Let me take you home, he said. She didn't react. Then, quietly, almost to herself, she whispered. I don't. What? I don't have a home. He froze. Oh. You're an orphan too. Stupid. Why did he say that? She fell silent and pressed her trembling lips together. His mind screamed. Leave. Walk away. This girl has trouble written all over her. But his mouth betrayed him first. Then, do you want to come to my place? It's not big, but at least it's dry. She finally looked at him. Can I? There wasn't arrogance in her eyes. Only exhaustion. And something like fear. As long as you don't mind, he said. Thank you. So they walked together under the same umbrella, rain whispering around them. Two strangers, carrying their broken pieces home. Most guys have imagined what it would be like to live with a beautiful girl. Technically, Lee Muhan already had. For a week. With his now ex, Guruwashi. And the wildest thing that ever happened between them was kissing. Now he was sitting on the couch, listening to the shower running in the bathroom. A pile of clothes sat in the laundry basket outside the door. Another girl. Another night. He pressed a hand to his forehead. I literally gave up on my ex today, and somehow brought another girl home. What am I doing? The more he thought about it, the crazier it felt. What if the rumors were true? What if Xiaoyu really was some dangerous girl with a messy life? What if he'd just walked himself into a trap? As he spiraled, the shower cut off. There was a soft rustle. Then the bathroom door opened. Xiaoyu stepped out with damp hair, wearing one of his oversized t-shirts and a pair of denim shorts. Thanks for letting me use the shower. And for the clothes. She looked soft and quiet like this, steam-warm skin and long dark hair falling over pale shoulders. Her loose collar slipped slightly and a faint blush lingered on her cheeks from the shower. His heartbeat spiked. Xiaoyu tilted her head, puzzled. Did I say something wrong? And no, he said quickly, turning away. I'll wash your clothes and give them back. Your stockings were torn, so I threw them out. Why was he nervous? He'd never been like this with Ruwashi. He could even hear his heartbeat. Then Xiaoyu walked toward him. When he looked up, she was already standing right in front of the couch, raindrops still clinging to the ends of her hair. I understand what you mean, she said quietly. Huh? She took a breath like she was bracing herself. In return, I'll let you do whatever you want. His mind blinked. When a man takes a girl home so late, he usually wants something. And someone like me, no money, nowhere to go, this is the only way I can repay you. Her voice trembled, but she still turned her face aside, her hands nodding behind her back. He lifted a hand, meaning only to gently move her away, to tell her she misunderstood. But the moment he moved, she flinched. Wait, she whispered. There's one more thing you have to know first. Her eyes turned cold. The lights flickered, then went out. In the dark, something shifted. A faint, unfolding sound. His scalp tingled. Great. Sadako would have been less stressful. Then a soft voice came from in front of him. I'm not human. A faint crimson glow appeared in the darkness. Eyes. As his vision adjusted, he saw her. Not a girl. Wings stretched behind her bat-like, eerie and beautiful. Her hair had turned snow-white. Her lips parted to reveal sharp fangs. He swallowed, heart hammering. A demon. She closed her eyes for a moment. The lights flicked back on. The wings vanished. Her hair turned black again. Only the silence remained. Close enough, she said softly. Humans call us vampires. If you're willing, I can repay you with my body. I won't resist. I won't hurt you. He stared. If you don't want that, she added, I'll leave. Her fingers brushed the borrowed shirt like she was apologizing to it. He still hadn't processed everything when she turned toward the door. Wait. She stopped. He scratched the back of his head. I bought breakfast earlier. Want to eat together? Her eyes widened. Even after you know what I am? It's still raining, he said simply. And you said you had nowhere to go. I'm not heartless. Her eyes reddened, just a little. Thank you. They sat across from each other. She took a bite of fried dough stick and blinked. It's delicious. Careful, he said. There's a lot of aluminum residue in those. She snorted softly. Humans and their junk food. The faint flash of fangs reminded him he hadn't imagined any of it. Do vampires even eat human food? He asked. It keeps us going, she said calmly. But to live long-term, human blood is necessary. His hand trembled around his cup. She smiled faintly. Relax. I won't bite you unless you agree. If you did, he asked slowly, would I become a vampire too? If I wanted you to, she said. But turning someone requires special conditions. What kind? Her cheeks colored. She hesitated. We must be united in body and spirit. Sounded suspiciously familiar. But don't worry, she added. I won't do that to you. He exhaled, then said, without thinking, if you want, you can drink my blood. She froze. He gave a crooked smile. I'm curious what it feels like. Maybe it was heartbreak talking. Maybe it was exhaustion. Maybe it was darkness he'd carried all his life. She looked into his eyes. Then, in the blink of an eye, she was beside him. Cold hands cupped his face. Her eyes glowed crimson. Her smile turned wild. You really are interesting, she whispered. You brought home a stranger. You helped her. And now you're offering your blood. Her fangs sank into his neck. There was no pain, only warmth. His strength faded. His body tilted forward into her arms. Somewhere far away, he heard her voice. Your blood, it's different, intoxicating. He felt the world sway. I'm sorry. I lost control.
Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Ding, ding, ding. The sound of the alarm clock woke Lee Muhan up. He slowly opened his eyes. He slept very comfortably, and it could be said that it was the most peaceful sleep he had had since he lost his parents. He sat up and checked the time. It's 6 o'clock in the evening. Have you slept from 7 a.m. till now? Normally, one would feel dizzy after sleeping for such a long time, but now Lee Muhan feels that his head is very clear and his whole body is relaxed. He picked up his phone and took a look, only to find that his ex-girlfriend Gu Ruashi had posted 2 moments. I forgot to cancel the special care offer. What bad luck. Lee Muhan sighed. He originally didn't plan to see what Gu Ruashi posted, but driven by curiosity, he still opened Gu Ruashi's circle of friends. Last night was the first time in my life that I attended a cocktail party and the first time that I wore such an expensive evening gown. This will be the most unforgettable day of my life. The accompanying picture was a photo of Gu Ruashi wearing a very high-end looking aqua blue evening gown and standing at a magnificent cocktail party. She had a graceful figure and her hair was carefully styled. Gu Ruashi was holding a tall wine glass in her hand and following a handsome and tall man. She looked a little immature but so beautiful. Lee Muhan knew that this was the other world that Gu Ruashi had described to her. The skirt she was wearing alone, no, even the decorations on the skirt, were not something she could afford. The winter night sky doesn't have such a brilliant starry sky, but if I could get closer to the sky, I think I could catch the moon. The second picture showed Gu Ruashi snuggling with the handsome tall man in the open air on the top floor of a luxurious restaurant, admiring the moon. It seems that man is the key that can take her to another world. Lee Muhan was a little unwilling. He thought he had let it go, but after seeing these, things change over time. Don't look down on the poor young man. Lee Muhan was startled by a noise coming from beside him. When he turned around, he saw the black-haired girl lying next to him. She opened her sleepy eyes and looked at her phone lazily. Is this your girlfriend? Lee Muhan was so startled that he almost jumped out of the bed. Why are you here? And why aren't you wearing any clothes? Lee Muhan said as he looked at Xia Yu, who was rubbing her eyes with half of her body sticking out of the quilt. There is only this one bed in your room, so I have no choice but to sleep with you. As she spoke, the girl yawned, clearly not waking up yet. Lee Muhan tried hard to recall what happened last night. Last night, he picked up a vampire girl and took her home, and even asked her to suck his blood. What happens next? I have no recollection of it at all. I only remember that Xia Yu seemed to have bitten my neck. I've already fulfilled your wish. It's too late to regret it now. Lee Muhan was about to reply when he suddenly realized that after Xia Yu sat up, one side of her loose t-shirt had slipped off her shoulder. He only needed to slide it down a little more to reveal the girl's chest. Lee Muhan quickly turned his head away and didn't dare to look. Put on your clothes first. Lee Muhan stood outside the bedroom door and waited for the girl to put on her clothes and come out before he dared to continue talking about the topic. So, having your blood sucked doesn't mean you'll die? Li Muhan asked, looking at Xia Yu across the table. High-level vampires do not rely on human blood to survive. They only drink blood to maintain their strength. You know what? It feels pretty good to have your blood sucked by a vampire. Li Muhan recalled the feeling of last night. In addition to the warm feeling when his blood was sucked, he also felt another feeling in his sleep. It was a feeling of comfort he had never experienced before. Puff. But when Xia Yu heard Li Muhan say this, she spat out all the water she had just drunk. F***K. Li Muhan was so scared that he quickly went to get her a towel. Why are you reacting so strongly? Xia Yu grabbed the towel and took Li Muhan's hand. What's so comfortable about it? You masochist. Don't mention last night anymore. Her tone was not serious, but rather contained a hint of pleading. Please, don't mention it. Li Muhan was slightly stunned, but nodded. Can you let me take another shower? Xia Yu suddenly blushed and asked Li Muhan. The water that had just sprayed out had wet her clothes. You can wash as you like, and I'll prepare a change of clothes for you. Thanks. Just as Xia Yu went to take a shower and was considering whether to order takeout or cook a meal, the doorbell suddenly rang. Here I come. Li Muhan walked to the door and opened it. When the door opened and he saw the person coming, Li Muhan was stunned. Because the person standing at the door was none other than Li Muhan's ex-girlfriend Gu Ruashi. In fact, the moment he opened the door, Li Muhan did not recognize that the person in front of him was Gu Ruashi. Because she looks completely different now than before. The ponytail was replaced with a carefully styled hairstyle. The originally playful and cute clothes and jeans have now become luxurious long dresses that Li Muhan can tell are very expensive at a glance. And those gentle and lively eyes have given Li Muhan hope to move forward more than once. At this moment, it seemed as if it was covered with a thin layer of frost, and looking at Li Muhan was like looking at an unrelated passerby. That kind of arrogance and coldness was a Gu Ruashi that Li Muhan had never seen before. I have something to talk to you about. Her tone was flat, without any emotion. Li Muhan was stunned for a moment and then nodded. Look, here comes the unconventional plot. Li Muhan turned his head, looked at the empty room, pointed at Gu Ruashi and said. Gu Ruashi ignored Li Muhan and just stared at the young man in front of her with cold eyes, full of disdain. That's perfect. Since you're here, there are some things you didn't clean up last time. I've packed them for you. You can take them all with you. Just throw those things away. I don't need them anymore. Just throw it away? Li Muhan was a little confused. Those were all their past memories. Most of the clothes and accessories in them were gifts he gave to Gu Ruashi. Now in her eyes, it has become something that can be discarded at will? Ignoring Li Muhan, Gu Ruashi walked straight into the house. When she looked at the dining table, she sneered with disdain. What's the problem? Li Muhan closed the door and turned around to meet Gu Ruashi's disdainful face. Li Muhan, we are both adults, not children anymore. I know you love me, but it is impossible for us to be together. Li Muhan was baffled by what Gu Ruashi said suddenly. This woman came here late at night just to tell him these things. I've told you before, don't have any more expectations of me. You're a smart person, Li Muhan. Don't waste your time on impossible things. What are you talking about? Li Muhan frowned slightly. Gu Ruashi walked to the dining table, picked up a cup, then turned and looked at Li Muhan with a smile. This is my cup, right? You actually still keep it, and you're still using it. Don't you feel disgusting? No, sister, you misunderstood. I don't need this cup. I just have guests, so. Li Muhan wanted to explain, but Gu Ruashi threw the cup directly into the trash can. Don't use my things anymore, and don't keep anything of mine. It will make me look down on you, Li Muhan. Li Muhan was silent. Looking at the beautiful yet unfamiliar woman in front of him, he felt a little sad. I know what you're thinking. You think I'm vain. That's right, Li Muhan. You're an orphan, and my parents are just ordinary working-class people. They've been poor their whole lives, so poor that even I'm scared. I once thought about working hard with you, but that was because we were too naive and hadn't seen the world. Gu Ruashi's parents were like a rebirth for Li Muhan. After the orphanage was exposed, Li Muhan was adopted by Gu Ruashi's parents. So from a certain perspective, there is a brother-sister relationship between Lee Muhan and Gu Ruashi. But at this moment, Gu Ruashi looked at Lee Muhan as if she was looking at some kind of garbage. She lifted the bag in her hand slightly. Do you know how much this bag costs? It's more than you can earn in a year's work. And this bracelet and pendant, do you understand what they represent? Seeing that Lee Muhan didn't say anything, Gu Ruashi became more and more excited. These are the keys to the upper world, Lee Muhan. You should have seen my WeChat moments. The garden restaurant he took me to last night was beyond your imagination. Lobster, abalone, all the ingredients were flown in and cooked on site. Do you understand what this means? Does that mean you're a wealthy lady now? Lee Muhan laughed and joked. It means the gap, Lee Muhan. It means happiness, the happiness you can never give me. Gu Ruashi looked around, looking at the house that Lee Muhan had rented for them to live together, and an unconcealable look of disgust appeared on her face. I actually wanted to live in a pigsty like this with you. It's not a place for a human to live. Do you know where I live now? What are you going to get? Can you hurry up? I currently live in Xingshi, which is the most upscale and wealthy area in Tianhai City. Then what? Lee Muhan was getting a little impatient. He didn't know why, but his feelings towards Gu Ruashi had completely changed. Indeed, he once tried to save the relationship and even spent a huge amount of money to buy a bracelet. But now, he just wanted this woman to leave here quickly. It is true that she is beautiful, but some things are difficult to change, such as temperament. She now looks like a clown dressed in gold and silver, trying to fit into a world that doesn't belong to her. As for the cup she was talking about, it was simply because there were no extra cups at home, so Lee Muhan washed it and gave it to Xiaoyu. Now he didn't even have a chance to explain. My boyfriend is waiting for me downstairs. You should have seen that car. I won't tell you how much it costs because I'm afraid you won't feel balanced. But it's inevitable that you have such thoughts. Lee Muhan, listen to me, let it go, and don't think about me anymore. I came here today to take away the photo of the two of us. After listening to this, Lee Muhan walked into the room without saying a word. After a moment, he took out a photo frame with a photo of him and Gu Ruashi on it. Once upon a time, the two people in the photo had young faces, leaning against each other tightly, with happy smiles on their faces. But now everything has changed. Gu Ruashi didn't seem to want to look at this photo. Perhaps it was because her status was different now and she disdained to look back at the past. Or maybe there was still a trace of guilt towards Lee Muhan in the deepest part of her heart. Finally, she opened her bag, took out an envelope and placed it on the dining table. This is the compensation I can think of for you, Lee Muhan. Please accept it. Did your boyfriend give this to you? Lee Muhan said with a sneer. Yes, the money here is enough for you to finish college without any worries. You don't have to work so hard every day. Take your money and things and leave quickly. Seeing Lee Muhan's attitude, Gu Ruashi thought that he still couldn't let her go, so she spoke directly. If you keep pestering me, I'll... Just as Gu Ruashi was talking, the bathroom door suddenly opened. Xiaoyu, wrapped in a bath towel, walked out of the bathroom. Her face was a little flushed because she had just taken a shower, and her body, which had been slightly wiped and still had some water droplets on it, was enough to make every man's heart beat faster. Plus those facial features that were enough to crush Gu Ruashi. All this made Gu Ruashi freeze in place. Who is she? Gu Ruashi pointed at Xiaoyu and asked, her tone as arrogant as if she was still the mistress of this house. It has nothing to do with you. Have you finished getting your things? Lee Muhan had no intention of introducing Xiaoyu to her. But Gu Ruashi refused to give in. She looked at Lee Muhan angrily. Lee Muhan, I haven't even moved out yet, and you've already let another woman move in? You're really capable. Facing Gu Ruashi's sarcasm, Lee Muhan remained silent. Just when he was about to chase her away again, Gu Ruashi suddenly noticed something. She looked at Xiaoyu's face carefully and suddenly sneered. Who is it I thought? It turned out to be that famous person in school. Gu Ruashi walked up to Xiaoyu in her expensive and exquisite high heels and said with a mocking smile, You're Xiaoyu, right? You're a freshman like us, but I've heard of your reputation. I heard you're the kind of woman who can get laid if you have money. How much money did Lee Muhan give you? Perhaps it was because she saw a girl whose appearance surpassed hers appear in Li Muhan's house. Gu Ruoxi felt inexplicably unwilling. Her current self-esteem does not allow Li Muhan to find a girlfriend who is better than her. Even just having good looks is not enough. So this unwillingness turned into extreme malice towards Xiaoyu. But Xiaoyu didn't react at all. She just leaned against the bathroom door and tangled her slightly wet hair with her fingers. It's as if I've become accustomed to this kind of evaluation. Li Muhan, I have a piece of advice for you. This kind of woman is useless except for her appearance. She is just a piece of trash that only parasitizes rich men. Don't be obsessed with this kind of woman who can be bought with money. I don't. Xiaoyu raised her head slightly and looked at Li Muhan, as if she wanted to explain something. But he was immediately interrupted by Gu Ruoxi's strong voice. I don't need to tell you who you are, do you? You think others don't know what you've done? PR**SD**** Uta dating, having affairs with gangsters outside the school. Even the death of your adoptive parents is a mystery. Maybe it's related to you. But before she could finish her words, Li Muhan had already stood in front of Xiaoyu, staring at Gu Ruoxi with a cold gaze. I accept your advice, Gu Ruoxi. I will never indulge in the kind of woman who only parasitizes rich men and can be bought with money again. Li Muhan, you. Gu Ruoxi clearly heard the mockery in Li Muhan's words, but the key was that she couldn't refute it. She is a parasite on the rich. Indeed, she has now entered the upper class by relying on a rich second-generation boy. Can you buy it with money? Indeed, she abandoned her boyfriend of many years for money. These words are all true, but the irony is that I just used these words to persuade Li Muhan. Gu Ruoxi pointed at Xiaoyu and said, feeling somewhat embarrassed and angry. How can a dirty woman like her compare to me? As long as she has money, she can be any of the others on the street. Snap. Li Muhan punched the wall behind Gu Ruoxi, forcing her to the wall. At this moment, his eyes were cold, as if emitting a penetrating cold light. Li Muhan, you're actually going to hit me for this kind of woman? You. For the sake of my uncle and aunt, I won't hit you. Get out. By the way, I tell you, she is my woman. Can you leave now? This was the first time Gu Ruoxi saw Li Muhan like this. When they were dating, Li Muhan never even spoke to her loudly, and she thought that Li Muhan would never lose his temper with anyone, like a submissive puppy. But now, the puppy actually bared its fangs at her. And the one who caused all this was that promiscuous *********. Xiaoyu was also stunned. Because she was just a monster, and there were humans who were willing to protect her after knowing her true identity. And he just said, I am his. You're hopeless, Li Muhan, this isn't over yet. Take your money too. Li Muhan stuffed the envelope back into Gu Ruoxi's hands. Gu Ruoxi walked quickly to the door, then turned around to look at Li Muhan, and then looked at Xiaoyu who had been silent. What a hungry woman, willing to pick up men that others don't want, ********. After whispering these words, Gu Ruoxi slammed the door and left. Li Muhan breathed a sigh of relief, looked at his hand that had hit the wall and was bleeding, and fell into deep thought. How could I suddenly lose control? Suddenly, someone gently held his hand. I don't know when, Xiaoyu came in front of Li Muhan. She gently held Li Muhan's hands with both hands and looked at Li Muhan with some worry. Sorry. I should say that she's my ex-girlfriend. You don't have to pay attention to what she said. I'm going to take a shower and calm down. Li Muhan wanted to pull his hand back, but Xiaoyu suddenly pushed him against the wall with amazing strength. She held Li Muhan's hand tightly, and when she raised her head slightly, a pair of extremely charming blood-red eyes were staring at Li Muhan. Sorry, I can't help it. Can you let me suck your blood again? You don't mean high-level vampires. No, look at the atmosphere, sister. I'm really sorry, but after sucking your blood last night, I gradually lost control of myself. Her voice trembled, and her eyes looking at Li Muhan became extremely seductive because of hunger. It can be seen that Xiaoyu is trying her best to restrain herself. Maybe it's just like she said. If you don't drink blood for a long time, you may become weak, but you won't have such a strong desire for blood. I let her taste blood yesterday, which was like throwing a piece of fresh meat to a hungry beast. The temptation was irresistible. At least let me take a shower first. Lee Muhan smiled helplessly. Although extremely reluctant, Xia Yu finally let go of Lee Muhan's hand. His face was full of reluctance. She opened her mouth slightly, and the two fangs that were faintly visible did not make Lee Muhan feel scared. Instead, he felt that the girl in front of him was extremely attractive. Be patient for a moment. I won't run away. Lee Muhan raised his hand and gently rubbed Xia Yu's hair, then he fled into the bathroom. Lee Muhan sorted out his thoughts while taking a shower. A lot has really happened during this period of time. My childhood sweetheart and girlfriend who I had been in love with for many years cheated on me and abandoned me decisively. When he was frustrated, he actually picked up a bad girl from school and brought her home. Later, he found out that the bad girl was not a human but a vampire. He even let her suck his blood. This is also incredible. After taking a shower, Lee Muhan, with a towel still on his head, just opened the bathroom door and found Xia Yu standing at the door. The girl had now fully revealed her vampire form. Long silver hair, blood-red eyes, two sharp canine teeth, and a hungry and evil look. All of this told Lee Muhan that he couldn't escape. "Excuse me, is it okay now?" Even so, she asked politely, a slight blush on her face. Lee Muhan nodded, and just as he opened his mouth to say, a pair of huge demon wings instantly closed and wrapped around Lee Muhan. The girl's slender and petite body pressed against him, and the bath towel wrapped around her body suddenly slipped off. At this moment, Lee Muhan and Xia Yu's bodies were tightly pressed together. Before Lee Muhan could feel the girl's delicate body too much, the two fangs had already impatiently stabbed towards Lee Muhan's neck. Just like last time, the moment the two fangs pierced his body, an indescribable feeling of comfort filled his whole body. This feeling is simply addictive. He didn't struggle, but instead gently hugged the vampire's body. At the last moment of his consciousness fading, he heard the girl speak softly in his ear. "You just said I was your woman, so you have to take responsibility." He heard nothing after that. At the same time, after leaving the apartment, Gu Ruashi went downstairs and got into a luxury supercar. "That brat. How dare he hit you? Damn it, I'm going to skin him alive." "No, dear, don't bother with that poor fellow. He's just not convinced. Let's ignore him." "Okay, listen to you, baby. Can we go now? I've made a reservation at a CV restaurant and have invited a music master to play for us. I remember you seem to like the piano very much." "Yeah, you're so nice, dear. Let's go now." Gu Ruashi casually threw the photo frame out of the window. She didn't care about the frame or the picture inside. It's just because she is already the young master's fiancé, so she absolutely doesn't want this thing that represents her dark history to stay with her ex-boyfriend. But at the moment the sports car started, a pair of eyes glowing scarlet suddenly appeared from the shadows. "How dare you, you filthy and despicable human, humiliate my master like this?" Sizzle. As soon as the sports car started, one of its tires burst. The vehicle skidded instantly and crashed into a tree with a bang. Looking at the man and woman climbing out of the sports car in a panic, the figure in the shadows snorted coldly. "If it weren't for the Special Management Bureau, I would definitely not have given you such a small lesson today." After saying this, the figure slowly disappeared into the darkness. When the sound of vehicle collision and alarms came from downstairs, Xia Yu gently propped herself up from the bed. Under her was the sleeping Lee Muhan. She put on her coat, walked to the bed, and looked downstairs. A luxury supercar crashed into a tree due to a tire blowout, and many people were watching. Looking at the bustling crowd, Xia Yu's gaze shifted to an empty alley nearby. As she stared at the alleyway where no breath of life had left her, Xia Yu's purple eyes began to turn crimson. "Come out," she said coldly. Then a shadow flashed in from the window, and in the faint moonlight, a slender and tall silver-haired girl appeared in Lee Muhan's bedroom. She was wearing a white shirt on the upper body and a black long skirt on the lower body. Her delicate face looked particularly cold under the moonlight. "Owner." The silver-haired girl lifted her skirt slightly and knelt gracefully to Xia Yu. "You did this, didn't you?" Master, I don't want anyone to speak rudely to you. Don't call me master, you are not my family. When talking to the silver-haired girl, Xia Yu felt like a completely different person. Her eyes were cold and her expression was arrogant, and she no longer showed the timidity she had when facing Li Muhan before. The era of the vampires is over. Now is the era when humans dominate the world. If you are targeted by the Special Management Bureau, don't expect me to save you. Master, rest assured, I will never implicate you. Or rather, you are. The girl looked at Li Muhan, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. Xia Yu's eyes suddenly flashed red, and the next second, she appeared in front of the silver-haired girl, looking down at her coldly and speaking. Don't think about him, Qian Gongwei. I am not your master, and you are not my dependent. You don't need to follow me anymore. Go somewhere else. 2 vampires will not be allowed to exist in one city. Owner. The silver-haired girl wanted to say something, but in the end, she slowly lowered her head, and then her body began to turn into a shadow. Finally, the shadow dispersed into a group of bats and flew out of the window. Xia Yu turned around and walked back to the bed. Looking at the already sleeping Li Muhan, the expression on her face relaxed a little and her eyes returned to lavender. She gently stretched out her hand, wanting to touch Li Muhan's cheek, but her fingers stopped the moment they touched. In the end, she just lay down beside Li Muhan obediently and closed her eyes. The next day was Monday. Li Muhan and Xia Yu both had early classes, so they had breakfast together and went to the university. I'm in the teaching building over there. After saying that, Xia Yu waved to Li Muhan and left. For some reason, Li Muhan felt that Xia Yu didn't seem willing to say a word to him at school, as if she was afraid of being seen as the same kind of person as him. Maki-kan. After school, Li Muhan was stopped by his good friend Luo Yang. This was one of Li Muhan's few friends. They were high school classmates and both knew Gu Ruashi. Of course, he also knew about the relationship between Li Muhan and Gu Ruashi. Are you and Gu Ruashi completely finished? On the way home from school, Li Muhan accompanied Luo Yang. Luo Yang was pushing a bicycle, which was his favorite bike that he had been riding since junior high school. Well, it's over. What a shame. You two were so close in high school, and you were always showing off your affection in front of me. TSK. When Li Muhan and Gu Ruashi were in high school, they spent almost every day together. Because Li Muhan was an orphan, Gu Ruashi's parents took good care of him. Even the 2 elders have already regarded Li Muhan as their future son-in-law. Who could have imagined it would turn out like this? If Li Muhan told Luo Yang that he almost punched Gu Ruashi twice yesterday, I wonder what Luo Yang's expression would be now. Seeing that Li Muhan hadn't said anything, Luo Yang thought he had touched his pain point and said with some guilt. Okay, stop being unhappy. You're not working today, right? Well, I didn't work today. Okay, buddy, I'll treat you to barbecue. I know a really delicious barbecue restaurant. Li Muhan originally wanted to refuse because he didn't know when Xia Yu would come home or whether she would have food to eat when she got home. But after thinking about it, he gave her the spare key. At worst, I can just go home early and bring some barbecue back for her. So the 2 of them came to the barbecue restaurant. Muhan, you're tall and handsome. Are you afraid of not finding a good woman? We don't want the kind of woman who would kick you away if she hooked up with a rich boy. After a few drinks, Luo Yang had almost forgotten his last name. He patted Li Muhan's shoulder and comforted him. But Li Muhan was extremely calm inside. The barbecue at this stall tastes really good. It's a rare opportunity for you to have a normal taste. Li Muhan smiled and joked to the drunk Luo Yang, remembering the ramen restaurant he had taken Li Muhan to before. The owner hadn't served the food for a long time, so Li Muhan urged him to hurry. The boss said directly, "Don't panic, it will come out soon." Li Muhan was completely dumbfounded. He looked around and found that this place was very popular. Most of the customers were young people, and there were also some old men and women sitting at the same table. But no matter which table it was, there were no 2 men like theirs. Muhan, you don't believe what I said, right? I said you can do it, then you definitely can. If you want to find a girlfriend, you can find one in minutes. Look, that girl is pretty good. Li Muhan looked in the direction of Luo Yang's finger and saw a waitress at a barbecue stall. The waitress was slender and petite, with long black hair tied into a ponytail and a mask on her face so her face couldn't be seen. She was wearing an ordinary white long-sleeve sweatshirt, which felt a little too big on her and obviously didn't fit her, etc. Lee Muhan narrowed his eyes. Why did the clothes the girl was wearing look so familiar? He seemed to have the same clothes. Although the waitress was wearing a mask, her eyes were very beautiful, even emitting a hint of lavender fluorescence. Hello, is this your barbecue? Just at this moment, the girl came over and put a handful of barbecue on the plate. There was a hint of ethereality and a hint of coldness in her voice, like the night breeze blowing past, giving people a bright and refreshing feeling. Lee Muhan felt that her voice was extremely familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere more than once recently. Yes, thank you. Lee Muhan nodded. The girl turned and left. But Lee Muhan's eyes were still fixed on her back, and he was about to remember. Hey, Lee Muhan. What's wrong with you lately? Luo Yang's voice interrupted Lee Muhan's thoughts. You've already drunk 6 bottles of wine. How come your face isn't even red? I remember you couldn't hold your liquor very well. You'd be dead after 2 bottles. How come you're so strong now? After being reminded by Luo Yang, Lee Muhan realized that he had actually finished 6 bottles of beer. Although it was not too much, he really didn't feel anything at all now compared to Luo Yang, who was already a little drunk. Lee Muhan's face didn't even turn red. Forget it, let's not talk about this. What do you think of that girl just now? What's going on? Lee Muhan ate the skewers while picking up the cup and drinking it all. This time he savored it carefully. After drinking the beer, he didn't feel anything except a bloated stomach. It was as if the alcohol had lost its effect on him. Let me tell you, even though she's wearing a mask, based on my experience of seeing countless women, she's definitely a beauty. Lao Luo, you haven't even had a girlfriend, and you dare to claim that you've seen countless women? Lee Muhan joked with a smile. Luo Yang was obviously a little drunk. He picked up the cup and pointed at Lee Muhan drunkenly. Don't look down on me. I just don't want to be in a relationship. If I wanted to, I would, in a minute. Seeing Lee Muhan's face full of disbelief, Luo Yang became anxious. He grabbed Lee Muhan and walked away. You don't believe it. I'll prove it to you right now. It was 10 o'clock in the evening, the busiest time for the barbecue stall. The waitress just now seemed to be a newbie, and she was scolded by the boss for serving the wrong dishes several times. Now I am picking up the garbage from a table of guests who have left. Girl, hello. Suddenly, Luo Yang pulled Lee Muhan to the waitress and shouted hello to the waitress who was cleaning the table. Hello. The girl raised her head and looked at Luo Yang with her bright eyes. Can you date me, please? Lee Muhan didn't expect that Luo Yang actually said it. He now felt that the atmosphere was extremely awkward because the girl was looking at him with a puzzled look, tilting her head. Sorry, I have a boyfriend. After a long while, the girl said lightly. Luo Yang felt as if he had suffered a huge blow. I told you not to humiliate yourself. Now, is that okay? Lee Muhan patted Luo Yang on the back, but before Luo Yang could answer, the waitress had already walked to Lee Muhan's side. She raised her eyes and looked at Lee Muhan and said, Tonight is my first day of work. I might be home late. You don't have to wait for me. Lee Muhan was stunned in his attempt to comfort Luo Yang. Luo Yang was also dumbfounded. He turned his head and looked at Lee Muhan blankly, then looked at the girl. You two know each other? Before Lee Muhan could speak, Xia Yu nodded and said, He's my boyfriend. Luo Yang collapsed on the chair, pointing at Lee Muhan in astonishment. Xia Yu. Lee Muhan finally recognized Xia Yu. Why are you here? After all, I can't live in your house for nothing. I also want to do a part-time job like you to earn some money, at least to supplement my living expenses. Looking at the girl in front of him, Lee Muhan suddenly found it a little unbelievable that a beautiful vampire girl was working at a barbecue stall so late at night. Luo Yang was completely paralyzed at this point, and he didn't even have the energy to ask Lee Muhan what was going on. Seeing him like this, Lee Muhan had no choice but to call a taxi for him. As for his bicycle, he could only push it home and return it to him tomorrow. After seeing Luo Yang off, Li Muhan returned to the barbecue stall to pay the bill. It was clearly agreed that Luo Yang would treat him, but in the end he ended up paying the bill himself. Li Muhan smiled bitterly. Xia Yu was still busy, and Li Muhan didn't want to disturb her anymore. He originally wanted to wait for her to go home together, but she seemed a bit annoying sitting at someone else's barbecue stall without eating. So he stood up and found an opportunity to say something to Xia Yu. Then go home and be careful. Then he left. Pushing Luo Yang's car, Li Muhan was on his way home. The cold wind on winter nights blew into his coat. Li Muhan always felt cold and sleepy when he got home from work in the middle of the night. It was almost unbearable. But today he felt nothing at all in the face of the cold wind. It was almost 11 o'clock in the evening, but he didn't feel sleepy at all. What was even more strange was that he had to rely on the flashlight on his mobile phone to navigate this section of road without any street lights. But now Li Muhan can see every corner of this darkness clearly. Just when Li Muhan reached the middle of the path, a car suddenly blocked his way. 4 or 5 men in black suits got out of the car. Li Muhan had a bad feeling and wanted to retreat, but his back was also blocked by a car, and several men in black suits got out of the car. Are you Li Muhan? The last person to get off the bus was a tall and handsome man, about the same age as Li Muhan, but he looked very imposing and looked like the son of a wealthy family. It's me, brothers. I'm not here to rob you guys. Li Muhan smiled and tried to delay time while looking for a way to escape. He grew up in a hellish orphanage and was very alert to danger. He knew that these people tonight had bad intentions, even though he was good at fighting. But these men in suits all look very skilled, and 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. If I try to fight them head-on, I will definitely suffer the consequences. You're the one who hit my girlfriend, aren't you? The man walked up to Li Muhan with a sneer. He kept covering his mouth with a high-end handkerchief, as if the air and smell here were very unbearable for him. Is your girlfriend the wall in my house? In fact, Li Muhan already knew that this man was the rich young master that Gu Ruashi was with. If I had known earlier, I would have punched Gu Ruashi directly in the face. In the end, I still couldn't avoid this trouble. The man took a deep breath of the scent on the handkerchief, and his expression softened slightly. After confirming Li Muhan's identity, the young master turned around and got into the car. Before getting in, he waved and whispered something. Get started. Then a group of men in suits attacked Li Muhan from the front and back. Li Muhan suddenly pushed the bicycle in his hand, first blocking the 4 men in black in front of him for a while, and then turned around and rushed towards the men in black behind him. What he didn't expect was that his dynamic vision and physical strength were, for some reason, much stronger than before. Li Muhan originally had good physical fitness, and now after his body was inexplicably strengthened, these men were unable to subdue him in a short period of time. Damn it, I usually spend money to support you, but now you can't even deal with a little kid, right? Zhao Qianquan sat in the back seat of the car with the door wide open, and he would smell the handkerchief every time he spoke. These men were originally martial artists. After some effort, they relied on their numbers and finally captured Li Muhan. Fists rained down on Li Muhan, and he quickly gave up resistance, as resistance at this point would only result in him being beaten even harder. So Li Muhan tried his best to protect his head and abdomen to avoid some fatal injuries, while also looking for a suitable opportunity to counterattack. Okay, bring him to me. The rich second-generation young master was sitting in the passenger seat of the car, with the door wide open, watching the situation here. Li Muhan was grabbed like a rag and dragged to the side of the car. He was covered in wounds at this point and couldn't even stand steadily. Do you think I'm giving you trouble because you punched her? He slowly squatted in front of Li Muhan, lit a cigarette, and looked at Li Muhan lying on the ground as if he were looking at garbage. You're wrong. Do you really think I'd be so interested in that kind of woman? I just thought she looked okay and wanted to have some fun. Of course, she can also use my resources to work her way up the ladder. Boy, your ex-girlfriend is much smarter than you. The young master grabbed Li Muhan's hair and forced Li Muhan to stare at him. Young master, I've already beaten you, that's enough. Li Muhan said weakly that he had thought such a rich and powerful person would still be more sensible in doing things, but to be honest, he really overestimated the young master's brain. She said you two have known each other since high school, and she got together with you because you were so persistent. Regardless of whether it's true or not, I don't want to see you two in contact again. Zhao Qiankuan slapped Li Muhan's face with his hand, obviously not wanting to let Li Muhan go. What surprised me was that this woman was a virgin, and she even asked me to be responsible for her. It made me laugh to death. She didn't let you touch her for so long, you know? It's only been a week, and I only added her contact information for a week, and she went to get a room with me after a meal and a phone. Having said that, Zhao Qiankuan took a deep puff of cigarette and spit it on Li Muhan's face. Your girlfriend is very moist. Zhao Qiankuan snapped his fingers, and the man in a suit next to him immediately brought a camera. Li Muhan was now completely exhausted and could only allow the men in suits to lift him up. I'll show you something nice. Zhao Qiankuan threw away the cigarette and put the camera in front of Li Muhan. Li Muhan slowly moved his eyes towards the camera, and he saw a naked man and a naked woman lying on the bed doing something unspeakable. And that woman was none other than his ex-girlfriend Gu Ruashi. Why, you can't recognize her after she takes off her clothes. This is your ex-girlfriend. Look how sexy she is in bed. This must be a side of her you have never seen in your life, right? Zhao Qiankuan put his arm around Li Muhan's shoulders, as if he was appreciating something interesting with a friend. I know you're furious now, but you should accept reality. I also want to tell you that your girlfriend is just one of my many toys. You know, it's really fun to have S*X with a woman who has never seen the world. Anger? Is Li Muhan angry? He should be angry. But he was now extremely calm. When he saw Gu Ruashi Jiao being pressed on the bed by Zhao Qiankuan and gasping for breath, he just felt sad. I felt sad for Gu Ruashi, but not angry at all. Master, be more civilized. Be careful of the internet police knocking on your door. Can you let me go first? Snap. Zhao Qiankuan turned off the camera, ignored Li Muhan's words, and then grabbed Li Muhan's hair. Boy, no matter how much I say, you probably won't be able to feel the gap between us, so I'm not going to waste my words. I'm a germaphobe, so before I get tired of playing with that little b******ch, you can't say another word to her. Do you understand? You be *********D without a father or a mother. You F ********G. Just when Zhao Qiankuan was about to make a harsh remark, he suddenly saw Li Muhan's eyes. He originally thought he would see Li Muhan's frightened or angry eyes. But no, that look was as calm as water, even cold and a little scary. After all, everyone has only one life. Li Muhan's life is life. This young master's life is life. Just when Zhao Qiankuan made harsh words, Li Muhan had already calculated the situation. It's not a big problem to exchange one for one with this young master. But the brainless Zhao Qiankuan obviously took Li Muhan's look as a provocation and contempt for himself. A hint of murderous intent flashed in the young master's eyes. He wiped the stain with a handkerchief, then stood up, took out a baseball bat from the trunk of the car, and walked back to Li Muhan with a sneer. You're really looking for death. Huh? What? I didn't say a word. Bang. Before Li Muhan could finish his words, the baseball bat hit Li Muhan hard on the head. A muffled sound echoed in the silent winter night, and blood instantly flowed down Li Muhan's head. You're just a piece of trash. You'll always be stuck at the bottom of the heap. After saying that, he threw away the baseball bat, and several men in black also let go of Li Muhan and prepared to get in the car. Damn, that was a bad move. This B********************** D really doesn't treat people as human beings. He kills people without any hesitation. Li Muhan was dizzy at this time, his eyes were blood red, and he could hardly hear the sounds from the outside world. He tried desperately to raise his head, and in a daze, he saw the rich second generation and the man in black get into the car. Li Muhan tried hard to breathe, but every breath made his chest hurt like it was exploding. Maybe I'm going to die. Li Muhan felt his body gradually becoming cold, and the pain slowly began to dissipate. His vision was gradually surrounded by a black mist, and his body was gradually sinking, as if countless hands were dragging him into an endless abyss. Li Muhan woke up to the low chanting of an ancient language. The voice, like an echo from ancient times, penetrated his chaotic thoughts and led him out of his vague dream. He moved his body slightly and slowly opened his eyes, feeling no pain. Then he found that his head was intact, as if the conflict with Zhao Chenkuan and others just now was just a brief illusion. He stood up with his hands on the ground and looked around. He found himself in complete darkness, with the only source of light being the giant stone gate standing in front of him. The door was incredibly tall, tens of meters high, as if it was a weight that nature could not bear, and it was forcibly inserted into the endless darkness. The door is not made of iron, but thick stone, and its surface is covered with complex runes. They flicker in the darkness, revealing a deep and ancient power. These runes are like secret codes, weaving into a mysterious totem. Surrounding the runes were lifelike reliefs, each depicting a distorted, hideous monster, like a demon from the depths of hell. Well, even if this is heaven, it's probably Nintendo. Li Muhan smiled self-deprecatingly. He would eventually go to hell. Li Muhan carefully placed his hand on the door and pushed it. The heavy door did not move at all. Just as he was wondering, an indescribable whisper came into his mind along with his hands touching the door. Key. A large amount of meaningless language has poured in. It was a language Li Muhan had never heard before, but it was like it was engraved on his soul. He could remember and recite it completely. Li Muhan followed the voice in his head and recited this ancient spell. As the spell was finished, the heavy iron door slowly opened inward with a loud bang. Li Muhan originally thought he would see a sea of blood and corpses, or a terrifying scene like a demon's lair. But the opposite is true. Inside the door was a huge opera house. Li Muhan had seen this kind of opera house on TV before, with the auditorium arranged in a circle surrounding the stage. Li Muhan had already stood at the center of the stage without knowing when. Snap! The spotlight hit Li Muhan's head. Li Muhan squinted his eyes under the strong light. It took him a long time to see clearly. Those dark figures in the audience weren't human at all. Instead, there are statues of various shapes one after another. Is this the world after death? That's too abstract. Li Muhan couldn't help but complain. At this moment, the eyes of a statue in the audience seats directly in front of them lit up red. Li Muhan was right in line of sight with it. In an instant, he was pulled into another dimension. This is a ruined temple with dim light and broken walls all around. Only a throne remains intact. And on the throne sat a young man. He was handsome, with golden runes engraved on his black skin. His white hair looked very messy. Li Muhan couldn't recognize the clothes he was wearing, but they looked a bit like ancient Babylonian style. However, the young man's eyes, which were shining with a dim golden light, were looking blankly ahead, as if he was passing through Li Muhan and looking at the endless void behind Li Muhan. Dude, how do we get to the underworld? Li Muhan asked as he walked to the throne. But the boy did not answer. He just supported his chin with his hand and muttered to himself. Why did we lose? Why did we lose? At this moment, a mechanical voice sounded in Li Muhan's mind. Demon, ball. Level, world destroying. Soul status, damaged. Mission, help Ball repair his soul. Every time the soul is repaired to a certain stage, you will gain a part of Bale's power. Current recovery level, 0%. Li Muhan looked at the young man in front of him who looked like he had been beaten stupidly. He was actually the first demon god among the 72 demon gods who had signed a contract with King Solomon. King Ball. Li Muhan didn't know much about the myths and legends of King Solomon. He only knew that he was a king of ancient Israel who signed a pact with the devil to gain supreme wisdom. No wonder this Ball looks like a fool. It turns out that his soul is missing. But why is it described as a prisoner? Also, why do I see foreign demons after I die? Could this world be a giant battlefield? Will every dead soul eventually end up in the same place? Li Muhan suddenly had another idea in his mind. Bale's soul is broken. If I can repair his soul, does it mean that I can fight back? Thinking of this, He cheered up and started to communicate with Ball. After all, you have to know the root cause of the disease before you can help him repair it. Hello, my name is Muhan. Are you really Ball? The first of the 72 demons. Hey, there are many images of you in the game. In the game, you are a general who controls thunder and lightning. Isn't that awesome? At least you can say something back. Finally, Muhan was helpless. No matter what he said, the boy ignored him. So he decided to use the last resort and slapped Ball in the face with his hand. Snap! The crisp sound echoed in the empty temple ruins. Ball seemed to wake up suddenly. He raised his head slightly and looked at Muhan, his eyes full of confusion. Who are you? Before Muhan could speak, a voice in his head suddenly reminded him. Bale's soul has been awakened. Current restoration level, 1%. You have gained Bale's attention and are gaining power from him. Holy crap. Muhan cursed in his heart. Isn't it just a matter of slapping him and it's turned on? If I slap him a few more times, his soul will be brought back to me? Before he could react, his body was suddenly taken over by a mysterious force, which seemed to be tampering with every cell in his body. This gave Muhan a feeling of rebirth. When the force subsided, the young man in front of him slowly stood up. He walked barefoot, step by step, to Muhan's side. At the same time, the voice reappeared in Muhan's mind. Learned boundary skills, 10,000 thunders kill. Domain ability. Within the domain, your strength, endurance, speed, and mental strength increase tenfold. Within the realm, you can gain Bale's power over thunder and lightning. Within the realm, you can absorb the electricity of all electrical appliances in the area to strengthen yourself. In the realm, as long as the thunder and lightning continue, you will be immortal. Boundary range, 1 kilometer radius. Realm level, level 2. Whoever awakens me will also receive my power. Human, I know exactly what you seek. Your dying body desires a new life. Muhan was stunned. He slowly raised his head to look at the white-haired boy who was half a head taller than him, and then his lips moved slightly. Who wants to die when they can live? The boy stared at Muhan, his golden pupils revealing an invisible majesty, but Muhan did not avoid his gaze at all. This seemed to amuse the white-haired boy, and he sneered. Power isn't so easy to control. If you don't believe me, you can try and see if you can withstand even 1% of my power. After saying that, the boy raised his hand and flicked it lightly. Muhan's consciousness was immediately pulled out of his body and flew into the darkness deep in the temple. At the same time, Zhao Qiankuan spat at Muhan's body lying on the ground and returned to his car cursing. Damn it, why would Guruashi like this idiot before? He refused to pay and insisted on seeking death. Zhao Qiankuan sat in the passenger seat and lit a cigarette. Master, the master said that no one should be killed under any circumstances, but you. A bodyguard looked at Zhao Qiankuan with some embarrassment and said, just handle it. This isn't the first time you've done this. Deal with it cleanly. I've checked. He's an orphan with no relatives. No one would care about such a person even if he were to disappear into thin air. Wait, is it going to rain? Zhao Qiankuan took a puff of his cigarette and looked at the night sky outside the car window. The originally silent sky began to roll with thunderclouds, and lightning flashed in the clouds. This horrible weather, but it will also make things convenient for you. While we wait for it to rain, take his body, huh? He looked at Muhan outside the car jokingly. But at this moment, he froze. Because Muhan's body, which was supposed to be lying unconscious on the ground, was gone. At this moment, a loud bang came from the roof of the car. What the hell? What the F***K is going on? The young master looked up at the dented roof in astonishment. Several men in black quickly got out of the car to check the situation. One of them just got out of the car and turned around to look at the roof and was so scared that he fell to the ground. Because Muhan, who was supposed to be lying on the ground, was now standing on the roof of the car. His shirt tore open, revealing a body covered in strange runes. His hands had turned into pitch-black claws, which were even wrapped in lightning. What is even more frightening is that Muhan has a devil-like horn growing on his head and a long black tail growing from his tail vertebrae. The The monster stared at the crowd with its golden pupils. The corners of his mouth stretched into an evil smile. The realm is opened, and thousands of thunders lead to killing. At the moment the monster said this in a hoarse voice, the thunderclouds rushed towards the earth in an instant and quickly spread to a radius of 1 kilometer around the demon. Then the thunder did not dissipate, but enveloped the entire 1 kilometer. A field composed of thunder and lightning was formed. Within a 1 kilometer radius, all furniture or vehicles that could generate electricity suddenly stopped functioning, and countless bolts of lightning slowly moved towards the center of the area. That is where the monsters gather. Strange. Monster. When the lightning streaked across the night sky and illuminated the roof of the car, several men in black screamed in fear. And this sound seemed to attract the attention of the monster on the roof. The thick, barbed tail slammed hard on the roof of the car, creating a dent in it. All the men in suits pulled out their guns and pointed them at the demon standing on the roof of the car. The guns appear purely for show. Don't take it too seriously. Shoot. Shoot. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets poured out like raindrops, but when they approached the monster's body, they were all blocked by an electric current. When the bullets were used up, everyone was dumbfounded. I saw a dense wall of bullets forming in front of the demon. What the hell is that? The man in the suit screamed in fear. But he hadn't finished speaking yet. Looking down, he saw that the demon's claws, flashing with lightning, had pierced his chest. Blood gushed out instantly. His body twitched violently for a few times before finally coming to a complete stop. His eyes were filled with endless fear and astonishment, and it was obvious that he had never imagined that he would end his life so hastily. Help! Ah! Help! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Damn! Don't kill me! A massacre followed. Wherever the lightning flashed, a man in black was torn into pieces by the monster. In an instant, screams, gunshots, and the sound of thunder and lightning intertwined to compose a rhapsody of hell's lament. When the last man in black died at the monster's claws, everything returned to silence. And what about Zhao Qianquan? The monster's tail just now dented the roof of the car, causing the door frame to be completely deformed and unable to be opened. He was now stuck in the back seat, holding a pistol in his hand, holding his head and trembling. No, no, no. There was no movement outside, but Zhao Qianquan still didn't dare to look up. He prayed that this would all be over quickly, and he prayed that the monster would not notice him. But all this is impossible. A heavy breath broke the silence. Who? Who is it? I'm the son of the Zhao group. Don't touch me. My dad. Before he could finish his words, a claw suddenly stretched out from outside the car and violently pulled the young master, who was curled up in the back seat, out. The young master was held in the air by the monster's claws, and he struggled to raise the gun in his hand and fired several shots at the monster's head. But the bullet was still blocked by the invisible electric barrier in front of the monster. All this made Zhao Qianquan despair. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll give your woman back to you. I'll give you whatever you want. You want money? I have money. I have a lot of money. The monster tilted its head slightly, and its emotionless golden pupils stared at Zhao Qianquan as if it were staring at a lamb to be slaughtered. Suddenly, he smiled, that scary smile again. Then the monster raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down, and with incredible precision, it turned Zhao Qianquan's right hand into ashes, leaving no bones or flesh behind. My hand! My hand! Pain and fear tortured Zhao Qianquan. He had never even had a scratch on his skin since he was a child, but now, one of his hands was gone, and it was blasted into pieces by a monster with lightning. Zhao Qianquan's cheeks were covered with snot and tears. He knew that he was going to die today, but the monster didn't seem to want to kill him, but wanted to torture him for a long time. Just when the monster was about to stretch out its claws to dig out Zhao Qianquan's eyes, the thunderclouds above the original boundary suddenly seemed to be torn open by someone. Then a bright full moon hung in the sky. The pure white moonlight shone from the thunderclouds. Along with the moonlight came a girl with huge wings. The girl's long silver hair fluttered in the wind, and her blood-red eyes looked down at the demon from above. The realm is open, Scarlet Hunt. As the girl spoke, the bright moon instantly turned scarlet, and then the blood-red moonlight completely dispersed the thunderclouds and shone on the city. The devil raised his head and looked at Xiaoyu, a hint of excitement in his golden eyes. He left Zhao Chenkuan, who was almost fainting from the pain, and faced the girl floating under the blood moon. "Wake up, Li Muhan." Xiaoyu looked at the devil coldly and said, "But this demon has almost no rationality other than its bloodlust." Now he regarded Xiaoyu as another hunter, a hunter who had entered his territory. Xiaoyu seemed to realize that communication was impossible now, so she sighed and slowly stretched out her claws. Boom! Thunder roared again. The devil bent down slightly and then suddenly pounced towards Xiaoyu in midair. His movements were extremely fast and powerful, like a cannonball with lightning. Xiaoyu, who had transformed into a vampire, used just one hand to hold down the face of the monster that was rushing towards her, then dived down and pinned the monster to the ground. At the same time, the tips of her wings nailed the monster's arms to the ground like nails. Through the gaps between Xiaoyu's fingers, the devil's chaotic eyes stared at the vampire in front of him. And then there was another strange smile. Xiaoyu's face was frosty, as if she knew that Li Muhan was about to resist. Before he could resist, Xiaoyu suddenly exerted force with the hand that was holding Li Muhan's head and actually pressed a crack into the ground. "Calm down, Li Muhan. Learn to control this power and don't let it lead you astray." Li Muhan's pupils slowly moved upwards, and his eyes were filled with surprise and then teasing as he looked at Xiaoyu. An ancient language uttered from his mouth. Then a bolt of lightning suddenly struck Xiaoyu. The wings behind Xiaoyu flapped rapidly, helping the girl avoid the lightning attack. The demon who managed to escape grabbed Xiaoyu, who had not yet stood firm, at an astonishing speed. Then the thick devil's tail pierced through the girl's body with a swish. The girl's petite body was pierced and lifted into the air, with blood continuously gushing out from her abdomen. But there was no expression of pain on her face. On the contrary, the demon froze after piercing Xiaoyu with his tail, and then his golden pupils began to dim and his body began to tremble. Looking around again, he saw broken corpses everywhere, and Li Muhan woke up at this moment. He killed people, many, many people. Finally, he said to Xiaoyu in front of him with a trembling voice. Xiaoyu? Was it I who hurt you? I did all this." Xiaoyu was hung in front of the devil's tail. She slowly raised her hand, cupped the devil's cheek, and spoke in a gentle voice. "Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you." Then her wings slowly closed, wrapping Li Muhan's body in them. Then Xiaoyu suddenly opened her mouth, and a pair of terrifying fangs flashed fluorescent light under the lightning. The fangs sank into Li Muhan's neck like a dose of sedative. His body slowly stopped shaking, and the runes on his body gradually faded away, leaving only the demon's horns and tail. It transformed back into human form again. The lightning barriers surrounding the area also collapsed at this moment. Li Muhan felt as if the power and restless emotions that had driven him almost crazy had been sucked away and suddenly disappeared completely. His expression slowly began to calm down, and his eyes regained their luster from the chaotic darkness. "My head hurts." He felt weak, and everything that had just happened seemed like a nightmare. "You're just tired. Go to sleep." There was still a trace of Li Muhan's blood at the corner of Xiaoyu's mouth. After licking the blood, she gently lifted up the sleeping Li Muhan and then glanced at Zhao Chenkuan, who was lying on the ground, covering his severed hand, and was so scared that he peed his pants. No, don't kill me. I was wrong. Don't kill me." Zhao Chenkuan already looked a little weak due to excessive blood loss, and he was so scared that his face was covered with tears and snot. Xiaoyu ignored him and hugged Li Muhan's body. The next moment, she turned into a shadow, which then dispersed into countless bats and disappeared into the silent winter night. And the blood-red moon in the sky gradually returned to its original state. At this time, it was a bank building in Tianhai City. The first-floor lobby of the bank, which had long since closed, was still bustling with people coming in and out. However, these people did not go through the main entrance. Instead, they went straight down to the 5th underground floor through a hidden elevator on the side. And this is an action point specially set up by a certain organization. At this time, sharp and piercing alarms were constantly sounding on the 5th underground floor, urging the staff to rush to their workstations as soon as possible. The woman rubbed her sleepy eyes while putting on her suit jacket. She took the coffee handed to her by her colleague and walked quickly with the others to the deepest intelligence hall. At this time, 4 people had gathered in the intelligence hall, 2 men and 2 women, and each of them exuded an extraordinary aura between their brows. 2 different boundary reactions appeared at the same time. Is it a territorial dispute? Is it related to the sudden thunderstorm that just came? The middle-aged man in a black windbreaker said with a frown. If this is a turf war, can we still stay here and discuss it? A shrewd and capable woman wearing glasses spoke coldly to the man. According to our intelligence, the incident occurred in the western district of Tianhai City on a rarely visited side street. There are almost no residents or businesses nearby, and there is no damage to the street or buildings. Another tall woman projected the information. The picture showed a street where a dozen staff members in black uniforms were putting corpses into body bags one after another. 10 people died at the scene, 1 was injured, and we have no record of the alien's boundary reaction. After listening to the tall woman's report, the man in the black windbreaker snorted coldly and said, "What about the other one? Catastrophe-level boundary reaction." After hearing what the woman said, the man in the black windbreaker suddenly stood up. At that moment, cold sweat soaked his back. What? Disaster level. What are the people in the Special Management Bureau doing? They actually allow a disaster-level monster to appear in the city. The girl sitting on the chair stood up without saying a word. She was wearing a black suit and looked to be about 20 years old. Her black shoulder-length hair was tied into a neat ponytail. And she always has this kind of unfathomable smile on her face. Now she stood up and everyone's eyes were on her. Regarding this point, I would like to explain that this natural disaster grade individual is registered with our Special Management Bureau. When these words came out, the others were a little surprised. Tianhai City has a registered natural disaster level anomaly? Why have we never known about this? Deputy Director Lin, do you want to explain? The girl called Deputy Director Lin glanced at the man in the black windbreaker and ignored his questioning. The others also looked at the girl, seemingly having the same doubts. She slowly picked up the coffee cup on the table, stirred it, and said with a smile, "The Special Management Bureau is independent of all agencies, whether it's the CIA, the Ministry of State Security, or the military. We have no obligation to report to you." Director Lin, that's not quite right. If you don't need us, why did you call us here? The woman with glasses adjusted her thin-framed glasses and said with some dissatisfaction, "Director Wei, don't be angry. Since we've invited you here for this matter, we don't intend to hide it." The girl picked up a tablet and walked over to the screen. As everyone just learned, there are 2 boundary reactions that appeared in the city this time. The one with the natural disaster level has been under our supervision for 15 years. She moved her fingers a few times on the screen, and the file of a beautiful black-haired girl immediately appeared on the projection. The name of the file clearly read Shalia. "Then please tell me what this Shalia is like," the man in the black windbreaker said. Shalia, real name unknown, mythology unknown, years of existence unknown, a rather special alien. The alien race is vampire, but different from ordinary vampires. She wasn't keen on creating followers to increase her power. Instead, she was eager to take root in human society and live a human life. 5 years ago, she was adopted by an elderly couple and renamed Xiaoyu. 15 years ago, I acted as her guarantor and allowed her to enter the Special Management Bureau. Now, she has come into contact with another alien for no apparent reason and even used the power of the realm. This matter naturally falls on my shoulders. I will be responsible for investigating thoroughly, including the other newly appeared alien. 15 years ago? Everyone present was a little surprised. Director Lin said that she had sponsored this alien to enter the Special Management Bureau 15 years ago, but she looks less than 20 years old. Wasn't she just a child 15 years ago? As if she saw everyone's confusion, the girl smiled awkwardly. The girl's age is a secret. I hope everyone can understand. Okay, the Special Management Bureau is a special agency that manages aliens. Who can say that the person who can lead this special agency is not another kind of alien? After a brief description, Lindsay put down the tablet, picked up her coffee cup, and walked towards the door. Hey, where are you going? The man in the black windbreaker called out to Lindsay. Lindsay walked to the door, turned around and looked at the man in the black windbreaker and smiled slightly. Go and investigate, sir. After saying that, she closed the door and left. This woman is so rude. She's just leaving us here like this. I'm going to complain to her superiors. The tall woman patted the man in the windbreaker on the shoulder and spoke earnestly. I advise you not to. If we go by rank, you have to call her Commander Lin, and the work she has to do cannot be delayed at all. Isn't she just a deputy director? Don't you understand the administrative hierarchy of the Special Management Bureau? And when it comes to the aliens, ordinary people like us have no way to deal with them. Who can blame the Special Management Bureau for being so powerful? So, what are we here for? The man in the black windbreaker sat down on the chair helplessly. Soon, his question was answered and a mission briefing appeared on the projection. It was a photo of Zhao Qianquan, along with a brief description of the mission. This is the only survivor of this incident, Zhao Qianquan. His father is the president of the Zhao Group, so I hope that all departments can work together to resolve the aftermath of this incident. The three people who saw the mission all had unhappy expressions, especially the man in the black trench coat. We were called here just to clean up the mess for the Special Management Bureau. Why? There's really no respect at all. I'm not going to do this. If you want to clean up their mess, go ahead. This time, the heads of several highest institutions have reached a consensus. What's the big deal? They're assigned tasks directly in this way. Do you really treat them as your minions? But at this moment, everyone received a text message on their mobile phones. The text message was sent by the same person, and everyone was stunned when they saw it. This is someone that even people in their position absolutely cannot disobey. The message contained only one sentence. Leaders of all departments are requested to fully cooperate with the work of the Special Management Bureau and ensure no mistakes. A few people looked at each other, and in the end, all the unhappiness could only turn into helpless, bitter smiles. The special nature of the Special Management Bureau in Huaxia country is that it can basically be said to be a special department independent of all administrative agencies. Its administrative level is so high that it is hard to imagine. Okay, now that we've come to this, let's get back to work. The tall woman was the first to speak out. She smiled at the others and was the first to leave the office. The woman with glasses adjusted her glasses, nodded slightly to the man in the black windbreaker, and then left the office. Finally, the man in the windbreaker was the only one left. He seemed to want to say something but stopped himself. In the end, all his words turned into just one word. Grass. At the same time, in the top-floor operating room of Tianhai City's most authoritative first hospital, a group of top-notch doctors who had rushed in from all over the place were nervously performing surgery on Zhao Qianquan. Although his arm was intact, it was split apart by electricity, and the cells at the connection were necrotic, so it could not be restored even if it was reconnected. What they have to do now is to save Zhao Qianquan's life as much as possible so that he will not suffer any sequelae from this car accident. At the door of the operating room, a tall man was sitting on a chair. He looked to be in his 50s, with a resolute face, especially his hawk-like eyes, which were fixed on the door of the operating room. He is Zhao Zhijiang, the boss of the Zhao Group and also Zhao Qianquan's father. After learning that his son had been in a car accident, Zhao Zhijiang immediately flew over from another place. Although he had more than one son, he was not very satisfied with his son. But in the final analysis, it is one's own flesh and blood. Zhao Zhijiang didn't believe what the police told him about the car accident. All the bodyguards who followed his son were dead. He asked someone to check the scene and there was no sign of a car accident. This is an act of revenge against oneself. Zhao Zijiang, who has been in the business world for many years, knows very well that the business world is a battlefield. He has offended too many people, and he couldn't pinpoint his target for a while. But he swore that no matter how much force he used, he would make those who harmed his son pay the price. Li Muhan opened his eyes suddenly and saw the familiar ceiling. He was actually back in bed, and Xia Yu was lying beside him. It seemed that his waking up also woke the girl up. Xia Yu slowly stood up. What on earth happened last night? Li Muhan vaguely remembered that he lost consciousness after being humiliated and beaten by Zhao Qianquan. But he could still feel that he seemed to have seen a lot of blood and many people died in his hands. When he regained consciousness, he was already in the arms of Xia Yu, who was in vampire form. I killed someone? Did I kill someone? Li Muhan looked at Xia Yu with trembling eyes. Xia Yu sat on the edge of the bed, gently raised her hand and placed it on Li Muhan's shoulder and spoke gently. It's normal to lose control when you first activate the power of the realm. So, from now on, will I lose control whenever I use this power? Just when Xia Yu was about to answer, there was a knock on the door. It's 9 o'clock in the evening. Why would someone come to the door at such a late hour? Li Muhan doesn't have many friends. Could it be that Luo Yang came to ask for his bicycle? Just as Li Muhan was stunned, a young woman's voice came from the door. Excuse me, could you open the door? I'm not a bad person. Hearing this voice, Xia Yu's expression became obviously nervous. When Li Muhan got up and opened the door, a tall, beautiful girl in a suit was standing outside. Her short hair was tied into a ponytail, and she had a vague smile on her face and was holding a plastic bag in her hand. I bought some dinner on the way here. Can I come in? The woman waved the bag in her hand towards Li Muhan. The aroma of food came from inside. Li Muhan didn't know this woman, but having been accustomed to all kinds of worldly affairs since childhood, he could read a hint of information from the woman's eyes. Although she seemed to have a smile on her face, there was a murderous look in the woman's eyes. Sales? I'm not buying anything. Despite this, Li Muhan still tentatively wanted to refuse the other party. But it was obvious that this woman came prepared. She suddenly stretched out her hand, and Li Muhan and Xia Yu, who walked out of the room and saw the scene, became nervous instantly. Especially Xia Yu. When she saw the woman outside the door, she became alert. After seeing the woman reaching out her hand to Li Muhan, she almost opened the realm. But the woman just handed Li Muhan a work ID. My name is Lindsay, and I'm the Deputy Director of the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau. Look, I work for a state agency, not a bad person. Can you let me in for a chat? Li Muhan took the ID photo and looked at it again and again. He didn't recognize any ID for a state agency and... What is the Special Management Bureau? He looked back at Xia Yu, who had just breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that Li Muhan was asking for her opinion, she nodded slightly. Okay, come in. Li Muhan opened the door and made way for the woman named Lindsay. She immediately walked into the room and threw the bag on the table. When she saw Xia Yu still standing in a daze at the door of the room, she waved. Why are you standing there? Come and sit down. She treated this place as if it were her own home. Li Muhan went to the kitchen to pour Lindsay a cup of tea, but his eyes were still full of vigilance. After placing the teacup on the table, Li Muhan walked over to Xia Yu. Xia Yu tugged at the corner of Li Muhan's clothes in dissatisfaction. The cup is mine. Li Muhan then realized that the cup used to pour water for Lindsay was the one that Gu Ruashi had left behind. This cup is dirty. Let's throw it away after she drinks and buy a new one. Oh. Although Xia Yu was still a little dissatisfied, she nodded. The woman took a sip of tea and then took out a pack of cigarettes from her pocket. Can I smoke? She looked at Li Muhan with a smile. As you please. Li Muhan didn't think much of it. After getting the owner's consent, Lindsay immediately lit a cigarette for herself, leaned back in her chair, and after blowing out a puff of smoke, she looked at Xia Yu. What? After not seeing you for a month, you're already so distant to me? Come and sit here. Lindsay patted the chair next to him as he spoke. Xia Yu pouted and slowly walked to sit next to Lindsay. Lindsay raised his hand as if nothing had happened and rubbed Xia Yu's hair, which was still a little frizzy from just waking up. Li Muhan was dumbfounded. Is Xia Yu really that obedient? Or is this woman so powerful that even Xia Yu can't force her? You're really causing me trouble, little moon. Don't call me that, I hate it. Although Xia Yu's tone was cold, there was a feeling that she didn't dare to resist. The woman crushed the cigarette, but with her fingers, and looked at Li Muhan again. Come over here too. Don't worry, I don't eat people. Li Muhan also realized that this woman was not an ordinary person. He walked to the opposite side of the table and sat down slowly. He exchanged glances with Xia Yu. Both of them looked very uncomfortable. This feeling. It's as G uncomfortable as meeting the parents. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lindsay, and I'm affiliated with the Huaxia National Special Management Bureau. The so-called Special Management Bureau is an organization specifically responsible for taking in those special groups who are not considered human. When talking about special groups, Lindsay glanced at Xia Yu. You probably know the true identity of the lady next to you. I'm her guarantor, so I'm really troubled by her making such a commotion last night. If I don't handle it well, I'll be in big trouble. What happened yesterday was my fault. It has nothing to do with her. Li Muhan was about to get up immediately. Sit down, sit down. Lindsay smiled and waved at Li Muhan. If I really came to cause trouble for you, why would I buy you dinner? Lindsay leaned back, looked at Li Muhan for a while, and then his calm smile appeared on his face again. Actually, I know it was you last night. I didn't know who the other target was, but I figured it out the moment I walked into this apartment. There's a strong smell here, the smell of a demon. It's not what you think. This time it was Xia Yu's turn to stand up and defend Li Muhan, but Lindsay gently raised his hand and pushed her back into the chair. I'm your guarantor, so please trust me a little more, little moon. Do I look like someone who's unreasonable? So, what do you want to do with him? Xia, you did not retract her wary look. Don't get excited. I'm just here to investigate. It doesn't matter if he's a demon or something else. The most important thing is to make sure he doesn't cause any trouble for our work or the world. He won't. Xia Yu said firmly. My dear, this is not your decision. My colleagues worked all night collecting those broken bodies. Lindsay looked at Li Muhan. Can you tell me, are you a native demon or a possessed human? At least according to my memory, I should be human, Li Muhan said. Lindsay nodded, then stood up and walked in front of Li Muhan. Xia Yu was about to say something when Li Muhan looked up and shook his head at her. He could see that this woman named Lindsay had no ill will towards him and seemed to have a good relationship with Xia Yu. Instead of letting them conflict here, it would be better to see what Lindsay wanted to do first. Good boy, you're so sensible. Seeing Li Muhan stopping Xia Yu, Lindsay smiled slightly, then raised his hand, took off his gloves, and touched Li Muhan's chest. Li Muhan didn't make any movement, just quietly letting the other person feel his heartbeat. This power, Lindsay frowned slightly, which made Li Muhan swallow nervously. But after a moment, Lindsay's face was replaced with that indifferent smile. Tell me, what did that demon say to you? Are you still on the side of humans? He barely spoke to me. Am I even human now? Lindsay looked into Li Muhan's eyes and said, We don't know yet, it remains to be seen. Finally, Lindsay seemed tired of this confrontation, and she sighed and said, But you did kill someone after all, so, friend or foe, choose. Li Muhan finally felt a sense of reality at this moment. The feeling of killing someone. But despite this, he should have been acting in self-defense. No, his head was smashed, which could be considered as the other party killing first. Why should he still be held responsible? Whatever you want to do, I hope I can have a chance to refute it. Aren't you a state agency? Regarding what happened last night, I feel... Puff. Before Li Muhan finished speaking, Lindsay couldn't help laughing. Sorry, I was just teasing you. You didn't really think we'd care about upstarts like the Zhao family, did you? It's better to say the fewer upstarts who commit such evil deeds, the better. Alas, they're also big taxpayers. So, as the deputy director, I still have to ask you this. Don't worry, I won't pursue the people you, or the demon inside you killed. The Special Management Bureau isn't bothered to investigate either. Seeing that Li Muhan didn't say anything, Lindsay continued to talk to himself. You have a powerful force in your body that you don't even understand, and this force needs to be guided. Lindsay's smiling face suddenly made Li Muhan feel a little scared. Do you know where the power in me comes from? Li Muhan asked, and the woman in front of him came closer and looked at Li Muhan carefully, until Xia Yu angrily pulled Lindsay away from Li Muhan. She smiled and shook her head. I'm sorry, Huaxia isn't home to many demons, and the Special Management Bureau has rarely taken in any demons, so I don't know the true condition of your body. But I can guarantee you one thing, if you don't learn how to control this power, it's only a matter of time before this demon takes over your body. Li Muhan was silent. Indeed, he only vaguely remembered what happened last night. If using power will result in one being replaced by a monster, then this power cannot be said to be one's own, and one himself is nothing more than a tool of the monster. She was right that I needed guidance and learning, but how can I trust this person I just met? I don't intend to become anyone's puppet or slave, whether it's the demon in my body or your so-called Special Management Bureau. Li Muhan said coldly. He was testing, wanting to know what the other party could do for him. But Lindsay didn't seem to intend to reveal more, at least at this stage. You don't need to be our slave. We can be partners. Of course, if you can kill me, everything I said before is bullshit. You can do whatever you want and you don't need others to guide you. After all, you have power and those who have power have all the say. Lindsay has been emphasizing the importance of strength to Li Muhan, and Li Muhan seems to understand the hidden meaning in her words. What I mean is that you are very powerful, but you don't know how to control it. I, and the Special Management Bureau behind me, can help you. Li Muhan looked at the woman in front of him. Although she was petite, she gave him an extremely oppressive feeling. But I'm very strong. Seeing Li Muhan standing there without any movement, Lindsay returned to her indifferent smile. She saw the confusion in Li Muhan's eyes, so she decided to give the boy some time. Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. I can say that the Special Management Bureau is the best destination for you right now. Of course, this is just a suggestion. We won't force you to join us. After saying that, Lindsay wiped his fingers that had just put out the cigarette with the tissue on the table and walked to the door. 3 days to think about it, to think it over carefully. It won't do you any harm. After saying that, he closed the door and left. Xia Yu and Li Muhan, who stayed in the room, did not speak. Li Muhan sat on the chair, looking at his hands. Xia Yu thought Li Muhan was thinking about how she killed more than 10 people yesterday and was about to comfort Li Muhan, but Li Muhan suddenly raised his head and gave her a silly smile. It's okay. Everything will work out. There will always be a way. You're such a fool. In fact, Li Muhan's character has always been like this. He can stand up even if he suffers a big blow. This is not because he had a good childhood or good teachers and friends. On the contrary, the environment in which he grew up can be described as cruel as hell. In fact, until now, Li Muhan can still feel that the demons in the theater in his heart are staring at him hungrily. They would like to see Li Muhan become discouraged and depraved so that they can get this body sooner. It's just that I might not be considered human anymore, which is a bit of a shame. Li Muhan smiled and scratched his head. Xia, you suddenly remembered something. She reached out and grabbed Li Muhan's wrist, then looked straight into his eyes. I'll show you something. After saying this, Xia Yu didn't wait for Li Muhan to refute and directly pulled his hand to the window. Close your eyes. Huh? Why would you? Don't ask, just close your eyes. Looking at Xia Yu's pair of crystal-clear eyes under the moonlight, Li Muhan was slightly moved. He felt his heartbeat quicken a little, and then he slowly closed his eyes. Suddenly, a feeling of weightlessness came over him, and Li Muhan felt Xia Yu pulling him out of the window. The world was silent, with only the whistling sound of the wind reaching my ears, as if time had stopped at this moment. Li Muhan held Xia Yu's cool hand, feeling completely at peace. He even had the leisure to think about the vampire's body temperature. You can open your eyes now. I don't know how long it took, maybe a long time, maybe just a short moment. Xia Yu's voice rang in Li Muhan's ears. Li Muhan braved the strong cold wind and slowly opened his eyes. He was stunned by the scene before him. At this moment, he was being held by Xiaoyu, and the two of them were floating above the entire city, with twinkling lights and flowing vehicles under their feet. Thousands of lights were at their feet, and in the distance the sea connected to the city port was covered with black waves in the night. This was the first time that Li Muhan looked down at the city from this perspective. Born in an orphanage, he had never even been out of Tianhai City, let alone taken a plane. Xiaoyu didn't say anything, but just hugged him tightly to prevent him from falling. Li Muhan also gradually understood what Xiaoyu meant. It is also interesting to look at this city, or the world, from another perspective. Just like what Xiaoyu is doing now as a vampire, she is living a human life. Then as a human being, why can't Li Muhan live again as a monster? The view here is better than the top floor of a fancy hotel, right? Li Muhan was slightly stunned, and then she understood what Xiaoyu meant. She still remembered the last time she accidentally saw Gu Ruashi's circle of friends, the top floor of the high-end hotel compared to here. It's not worth mentioning in an instant. Just consider it as a gift for taking me in. Of course I know this is far from enough, but... Xiaoyu looked at Li Muhan with a smile, but before she could finish her words, Li Muhan had already hugged her tightly. Thanks. Li Muhan hugged Xiaoyu's petite and somewhat cold body tightly. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with being a monster. The top of the TV tower in Tianhai City. Li Muhan sat here, staring blankly at the night scene below him. If it weren't for the whistling cold wind that hurt his cheeks, he would probably still feel as if he was dreaming. As for Xiaoyu, she is transformed into a vampire. The girl sat closely beside Li Muhan, and the huge bat wings gently closed to wrap the two of them. Is it still cold like this? Yeah, but I'm still confused. This body was clearly so badly injured. How come I didn't feel anything after waking up? Apart from the blood-stained clothes, Li Muhan did not have any signs of injury when he woke up. The demonic power will repair your body, Xiaoyu said. Li Muhan touched his heart. I was surprised to find that my heartbeat was very slow, so slow that it didn't seem like that of a living human being at all. At this moment, he remembered the power called Realm. In the realm of 10,000 thunders, his recovery ability and physical fitness can be improved by more than 10 times. In other words, his injuries have been healed while in the realm. This is a very convenient ability. Come to think of it, are you also from the Special Management Bureau? Xiaoyu was slightly stunned. She turned her head and found that Li Muhan was looking at her. There was still a trace of devilish golden light in the boy's eyes, which did not represent hope, but despair. But Li Muhan was not afraid at all. Instead, he looked relaxed. Yeah, but they haven't come to see me for a long time. I'm not from Huaxia, so I'm considered an outlier who's being specially contained. Xiaoyu nodded and said. Li Muhan raised his hand, looked at his palm and said with a wry smile. She's right. This power isn't mine yet. Although I'm also annoyed with that Zhao guy, at least I hope that if I want to kill him, it's with my own will, rather than letting the demon inside me do it for me. Xiaoyu nodded. She had seen many people who had powers that did not belong to them hidden in their bodies. If they relied too much on that power, they would eventually become puppets, and it would not be uncommon for their bodies to be taken over by others. Tell me about the Special Management Bureau. Li Muhan looked at Xiaoyu with a smile. Is it a civil servant? Or an enterprise or institution? Or the military? Xiaoyu thought about it. She didn't quite understand the difference between the names Li Muhan mentioned, but she still tried her best to explain them to Li Muhan in her own words. 1. Joining and becoming an alien under the control of the Special Management Bureau means accepting the supervision of the Special Management Bureau. If you don't commit any crime, there will be no big problem. But once you commit a crime and human laws cannot restrain this alien, the Special Management Bureau will use its own set of methods to deal with it. 2. For those with criminal records, different levels of supervision will be implemented according to the severity of the criminal record. 3. The overly powerful and non-aggressive Special Management Bureau will not be too persistent in supervising it. After all, they are aliens of that level. If they really want to destroy the world, they cannot be effectively stopped by supervision. Li Muhan looked up at the bright moonlight. From the top of the tower, it seemed that he was not any closer to the moon. Oh, I see. To put it simply, weak aliens will be safe as long as they don't cause trouble. Fierce aliens will receive special care, and those with excessive strength will be chosen by the Special Management Bureau to cooperate with them instead of. Speaking of this, Li Muhan suddenly realized what Lindsay had just said to him. She said that she had to learn to control the power instead of letting that power control her. Li Muhan, whether you want to join the Special Management Bureau or not, don't mess with that woman. She's not a bad person, but she's really scary. Having said that, Xia Yu lowered her head with a hint of guilt in her eyes. In her heart, maybe Li Muhan became like this because of her. She was like a disaster star, bringing bad luck to the people around her wherever she went. Li Muhan turned his head slightly and looked at the girl beside him, with a hint of tenderness in his eyes. That's wonderful. Then he hugged Xia Yu in his arms, which made Xia Yu stunned. What are you doing? Thank you so much. Thanks to you, I was able to get over the shadow of heartbreak so quickly. Although it may seem a bit strange to say this, you are really sent by God to save me. Xia, you didn't understand. Love, this kind of feeling she has almost never experienced. After wandering in this world for thousands of years, she has never met anyone who can make her feel this way. This made Xia Yu think for a moment that vampires were creatures without emotions like love. But this human being in front of me is so negative just because of a broken heart, and he still needs others to save him. Is love so important to him? If I could fall in love with him, wouldn't that be the best reward for him? At this time, Xia Yu didn't understand what love was at all. She thought this was a way to repay Li Muhan, so she gently hugged Li Muhan back. The next day, Li Muhan came to school early. Even though he was not a human being, he still had to go to school. After arriving at school, he found that the school seemed to be shrouded in a layer of gloom, and everyone was whispering to each other. He didn't know if it was a psychological effect, but he seemed to be able to hear everyone talking about him. Maki-kan. A familiar voice sounded from behind. Li Muhan turned around and saw Luo Yang running towards him. Last night. Did I fall asleep last night? How dare you say that? The fare is 30, give it back to me. Li Muhan looked at Luo Yang, who was running out of breath without showing any mercy, and directly reached out for money. Hey, I haven't asked you for my car yet. Let's not talk about this for now. Did you know that something happened last night on the street near where we had the barbecue? Luo Yang's expression was very exaggerated, as if he was discussing some shocking secret. What is it? I don't know. Li Muhan's expression was also a little unnatural. If my guess is correct, not only do I know about that incident, but I am also the instigator. Let me tell you, someone died on a street near where we were having barbecue that day. Someone died. Li Muhan subconsciously avoided his gaze. Of course, Luo Yang would not notice this. He continued to tell Li Muhan the information he knew. There was a car accident. 3 cars. They crashed into each other on that street. 10 people died. And one of them was even more serious. He didn't die, but his hand was broken. Do you know who he is? Who is it? It's the famous rich second generation in our university, Zhao Qiankun. Wait, you just said car accident? Li Muhan suddenly caught the blind spot. What are you focusing on? The point isn't the car accident. It's Zhao Qiankun. Zhao Qiankun broke his arm. I know he broke his arm, I do. You do. I saw the news right after I made breakfast. Luo Yang looked unhappy. Then you just told me you didn't know. I thought you had some new news. Don't interrupt me. Did you just say it was a car accident? Yeah, didn't you see the news? It's strange. That road is rarely traveled. There are no shops or houses. Usually there are no cars passing by. And yet a 3-car collision happened last night. It's unbelievable. Just as Li Muhan and Luo Yang were talking and walking towards the classroom, a somewhat dazed figure in front of them walked towards them. Li Muhan accidentally looked up and saw that it was Gu Ruashi. At this moment, Gu Ruashi's eyes were dazed and her face was haggard, as if she hadn't slept the entire night before. It's easy to imagine that she must have stayed there all night after Zhao Qiankun got into trouble. After all, Zhao Qianquan is her golden key to the upper-class world. How could she bear to see him die? Gu Ruashi also saw Li Muhan and Luo Yang at this time. Hey Muhan, don't bother. Li Muhan's expression remained normal. When he saw Gu Ruashi now, even though she was so distraught, he didn't feel anything at all. Gu Ruashi slowly stopped and raised her hand, wanting to say hello to Li Muhan. But Li Muhan just brushed past her without even looking at her. Gu Ruashi's hands froze in midair. She felt very aggrieved. Why did Li Muhan treat her like this? I just want a better life. I just don't want to live a hard life anymore. Am I wrong? What did I do wrong? But she completely forgot that all she wanted was built on Li Muhan's pain. Muhan, are you so heartless? Heartless? Not really. I just feel like I don't want to have anything to do with her at all. There was no sympathy in Li Muhan's words. Luo Yang gave him a thumbs up. Awesome, you're worthy of being the one with a new girlfriend. Li Muhan then remembered that Luo Yang had met Xiaoyu that night. Although Xiaoyu was not his girlfriend, they lived together now and also took care of each other. If I say she is not my girlfriend, no one will believe me. 8 o'clock that evening. After dressing up carefully, Gu Ruashi arrived at the door of the hospital ward, but was stopped by the bodyguard at the door. Do you know who I am? She pointed at the bodyguards and cursed. I'm your master's girlfriend. The bodyguards glanced at each other, and even with sunglasses on, Gu Ruashi could see the disdain on their faces. This had never happened before. These bodyguards had always bowed and nodded to her without any disrespect. Master's girlfriend? Which one? What do you mean which one? Your young master only has me as his girlfriend, don't you know that? Gu Ruashi's face flushed red with anger, and after putting on makeup, her face looked even more delicate. Do you really take yourself seriously? The bodyguard said with a sneer. Our young master just treats you as a toy, US **T. Do you really think our young master likes a dirty woman like you? Dirty. You called me dirty. Gu Ruashi was so angry that her eyes widened. How dare you two say that to me? When Zhao Qianquan wakes up, I will definitely. When the young master wakes up, he probably won't have time to deal with you. Why are you still here relying on his power? You're AB **CH who will sleep with you for money. Stop flattering yourself. What did you say? Gu Ruashi was so angry that she was about to step forward to argue, but was easily pushed to the ground by the bodyguard. She was wearing high heels, and the fall hurt her butt. Look at your behavior. I guess the young master won't be interested in you even if he wakes up. Don't talk nonsense. The master said that he would throw her to us to play with after playing for a while. Hey, can we first? You guys. When we get tired of playing with you, we'll sell you overseas to be a PR **SD **Guda. Damn it. I've been fed up with you, B **CH, for a long time. B **CH? W ***Gri? Pay for S **X? How familiar these words are. I used these words to curse that woman named Xiaoyu a few days ago. And now I have become a victim of these words. Just wait, you bastards. This isn't over yet. Zhao Qianquan. I did this for you. I dumped my boyfriend of so many years for you. You be ******************************************** D. You be *****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************Gu Ruashi was thrown out of the hospital gate by 2 bodyguards. Her once bright and beautiful clothes were now torn into tatters, her hair was a mess, and she no longer looked as if she had lost her former spirit and grace. Walking alone on the street at night, wearing a pair of broken high heels. Gu Ruashi certainly felt a little cold, even though she was wearing an expensive coat, but this feeling of coldness came from the inside out. She slowly stopped and looked at the night sky. At this moment, she seemed to see the past. She saw the boy who was not good at speaking, but said he would protect her for the rest of her life. She saw the young man who took care of her meticulously, was caring and considerate, and said he wanted to be her support. She also saw the man who passed by her, but no longer had her in his eyes. She slowly exhaled a breath of white air. I couldn't help but ask myself, am I wrong? The top floor of the Zhao Group building in Tianhai City. Zhao Zijiang, a prominent figure who started his business from scratch in the early years of Huawei, has been active in official circles for decades and has already established his own business empire. The Zhao Group also has a well-known name in Huaxia. All this brought Zhao Zhijiang countless wealth and supreme power. But now he was in trouble. He couldn't find any clue about his son's affairs. The surveillance is broken? Zhao Zhijiang looked at the investigation report given to him by his subordinates with a calm expression. His son had his hand cut off, which was a big deal for him. The reason why I can only say can be considered. Because the one who lost a hand was his youngest son, that good for nothing. This kid was just as idle and unemployed as his mother. Zhao Zhijiang also knew that with his personality, he would be attacked sooner or later, but he didn't expect that the person who attacked him was so cruel and directly took an arm. After putting down the report, Zhao Zhijiang walked angrily to the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the city where he started his life. He is not a fool. The person who attacked Zhao Qianquan must be very capable, as he could have made the investigators he personally sent return empty-handed. So now Zhao Zhijiang is thinking about whether he should continue to take the risk for this useless person with no ability. Mr. Zhao. The secretary came in with documents. Your wife called again. She cried and said you must. Okay, tell him I'll take care of it. Zhao Zhijiang waved his hand, knowing who this lady was without asking. He is 58 years old this year. Of course, he has more than one son, Zhao Qianquan. He has 3 wives, and each wife has given birth to 2 children for him. And the woman who keeps calling now is Zhao Qianquan's biological mother. This is also the reason why Zhao Zhijiang is annoyed with the mother and son. Because this child is as greedy for pleasure as his mother and never knows how to make progress or learn, Zhao Zhijiang has made up his mind not to let Zhao Qianquan get involved in such a huge business empire. But now it was Zhao Qianquan who had one of his arms cut off. It was also a slap in his face. If it got out that his son's hand was cut off and he dared not do anything, it would indeed affect his dignity. Hello. He made another call. This phone call is absolutely encrypted, and Zhao Zhijiang would never contact these people under normal circumstances. Mr. Zhao, we've found some clues on the matter you requested. The voice on the other end of the phone used a voice changer. This is an illegal organization in Huaxia country that specializes in underground intelligence transactions. Even Zhao Zhijiang had never seen their true faces, but there was one thing Zhao Zhijiang was sure of, that is, they had their own way of doing things, although the price was so high that even Zhao Zhijiang felt it was expensive. But it's great value for money. But this time, the man only told Zhao Zhijiang that he had found some clues. What do you mean? Even you can't find out. The person on the other end of the phone sneered. Mr. Zhao, I'm not lying to you. If it weren't for you, we really wouldn't want to touch this matter. The level of confidentiality is so high that you can't imagine. Brother, you've taken on a hot potato. Don't talk nonsense. Do you think I'm asking you to investigate trivial matters regarding your fee standards? Tell me what you've found. It has been sent to your phone. Beep. Just at this moment, Zhao Zhijiang's other mobile phone rang, and he received an email. The email was encrypted layer by layer, and the source could not be traced at all. It contained a surveillance video. The surveillance video clearly showed his son and his bodyguards beating up a boy. The boy looked about the same age as his son. Just when his son hit the boy on the head with a baseball bat, the video suddenly interrupted. What happened? What's the follow-up? Zhao Zhijiang asked. All subsequent videos are unavailable. We have worked very hard to recover this video from a place you wouldn't expect. That's useless. Mr. Zhao, don't be angry. What happened to the young master might be related to this person. Didn't my son beat him to death? Zhao Zhijiang didn't care about the man's life or death at all. Even if he was beaten to death, it didn't matter as long as his son dealt with it cleanly. He's not dead. As a bonus, I'll tell you some information about this man. Zhao Zhijiang held his cell phone, burning with anger. Because he can now confirm that this was not AF G car accident, but someone killed his son. The man in the video who was beaten by his own son is the key. Uncle Chin. Zhao Zhijiang beckoned and let the tall man who had been standing at the door come in. Mr. Zhao, please give your orders. Go find this Li Muhan and find out what's going on. Remember, if you can avoid killing, don't kill. Yes, sir. At 6 p.m. that day, Li Muhan finished his last philosophy class and prepared to go home. He had made an appointment with Xiaoyu to pick her up from the barbecue stall where she worked. Although Xiaoyu said not to worry about her safety, Li Muhan still felt it was not good for a girl to walk alone on the street in the middle of the night. Xiaoyu didn't say anything, just lowered her head and smiled, saying, "Well, I'll wait for you." Just as Li Muhan walked to a street, an unlicensed van suddenly stopped beside him, and then several masked men quickly grabbed Li Muhan and put him in the car. Li Muhan did not resist. He knew very well that these people were very professional and well-prepared. If he resisted, he might be subjected to even more horrific behavior. In broad daylight, is there still a king? Before he could finish his words, a hood was put on Li Muhan's head. Be quiet. Then in the darkness, Li Muhan felt a bumpy ride. The car had been driving for about 40 minutes. There were originally sounds of vehicles outside, but now it was completely quiet. Crash. The car door was opened and Li Muhan was dragged out of the car. Then he felt himself being carried and dragged into some building. When the hood was removed, Li Muhan had already been handcuffed and hung up. And this should be some unknown basement. Who are you guys? I really don't have any money. It's not necessary to be like this. Can you put me down first? Several men remained silent. Judging from their physiques, Li Muhan's previous thoughts were confirmed. These men were probably retired Special Forces soldiers, and he had no chance of winning against them. Soon, a tall man walked into the room. He said a few words to Li Muhan with his back to her and then hung up the phone. Li Muhan then noticed that his eyes had completely changed when he turned around. Completion. Li Muhan felt very disappointed. Sure enough, he waved his hand and several people immediately beat Li Muhan violently. They avoided Li Muhan's vital points very well, but all hit the parts that would cause him great pain. Within half an hour, Li Muhan was beaten to death. Blood kept dripping down. The tall man pinched Li Muhan's chin, frowned and glared at Li Muhan, and said in a cold voice, "Child, can I ask you something? F***K. How can someone start fighting before asking questions? Why don't you ask me first? You're still quite energetic, that's good. I don't want to kill anyone. My last name is Chin, you can call me Uncle Chin. Did you have any conflict with our young master last night? Young master? Are you talking about Zhao Chengkuan?" Li Muhan raised his head slightly and glanced at the man. He knew very well in his heart that this man was the one who came from the Zhao family to seek revenge. Hey, you little kids, why do you have to use such harsh blows when you're just fighting? No, uncle, your young master almost blew my head off. You say this is just a child's quarrel. Uncle Chin ignored Li Muhan and just waved his hand slightly. The man next to him turned around and kicked Li Muhan in the abdomen. Just answer whatever I ask, okay? We can both save some time. Li Muhan, who was hanging in the air, spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body swayed back and forth like a sandbag. To be honest, I really wouldn't hit a kid, but you were too harsh and broke his hand. Of course, the master won't kill for the young master, but I hope you understand, child, sometimes we servants have to learn to help the master get things done. You guys are just as disgusting. Li Muhan spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Uncle Chin with blood all over his face, but a strange smile appeared on his face. I've checked. You're an orphan. You've lived in a black-hearted orphanage since you were little, being raised like a dog. Because our young master stole your girlfriend, there's a rift between you two, right? She's just a woman. It's really not that serious. Uncle, can you G speak? Isn't it your son who is causing trouble for me? Li Muhan tried hard to keep breathing and not pass out from the pain. Uncle Chin remained calm. He lit a cigarette and handed one to Li Muhan, who shook his head and refused. Child, I'm very busy, but now I've made time just for you. I don't ask for much. I hope you can spare our young master's life. You have no family, so I can't give them money. I can help you bury them properly. If you have any other wishes, please tell me. What a life for a hand. Seeing that Li Muhan was not going to give in, Uncle Chin raised his hand and snapped his fingers again, then spread out his hand and hooked his fingers. A bodyguard immediately handed him a sharp axe. How about this? Since you call me uncle, I am your elder. Our young master was at fault for what happened today, but unfortunately, his life is more valuable than yours. How about Uncle Chin say sorry to you, and then you can die in peace? Then, Li Muhan raised his head and looked at Uncle Chin, his eyes full of coldness and indifference. Would you like to try it? Uncle? Turns out he's a lunatic. When Uncle Chin saw Li Muhan like this, the hypocritical guilt in his heart disappeared completely. He waved his hand and several bodyguards rushed forward to support Li Muhan. In fact, Li Muhan no longer had the strength to resist. He could only watch Uncle Chin walking towards him step by step with an axe in his hand. Just as Uncle Chin walked up to Li Muhan and raised the axe to chop him down. Ding ding ding. The phone in his pocket rang. Uncle Chin said to Li Muhan very politely, "Sorry, kid, I have to take a call." He then handed the axe to the bodyguard and took out his mobile phone. He was a little confused when he saw it was an unknown caller. This mobile phone is my personal phone. Except for my boss Zhao Zhijiang, no one would know this number. Those who know this number should not be unknown callers. Hello, who are you? Hello, my name is Lindsay. Lindsay? I don't think I've heard of this name. When Uncle Chin said the word Lindsay, Li Muhan was slightly stunned and then slowly looked up at the man. Of course, he knew Lindsay was the woman who had come to his house and claimed to be from the Special Management Bureau. Why did she call him? Of course you don't know me. I'm just a small public servant, but I suggest you stop what you're doing. Really? Miss Lindsay, are you a police officer? Huh? Of course not, but I'm calling you to save your life. I don't care whether you live or die. Save my life? That's interesting, Miss Lindsay. I don't know where you got my number from, and I don't care who you are, but it's hard to persuade that damn ghost with kind words. Forget it. If you don't vent some things, it will indeed cause problems, especially for the body of a boy of this age. Huh? What are you talking about? Uncle Chin gradually found it difficult to understand what the woman on the other end of the phone was saying. No, it's nothing. Anyway, I'm putting this out there. You'd better not touch that child. This is for your own good, and for the good of your master. Of course, if you insist on doing something, I won't stop you. So be it. Beep beep beep. The call was hung up. Uncle Chin took a look at the phone, feeling somewhat puzzled, and threw it to the bodyguard. After we're done, go find out who this is and find her out. Yes, Uncle Chin. The bodyguard took the phone and walked aside. Uncle Chin then unbuttoned his shirt cuffs and collar, picked up the axe on the table and walked towards Li Muhan. I'm sorry for the delay and I couldn't give you a good time. Let's continue. Uncle Chin. Li Muhan looked at the man expressionlessly. Why, do you want to beg for mercy? No, I want to ask you, did that guy named Lindsay just now say that it doesn't matter if you die? Uncle Chin looked Li Muhan in the eye, then sneered, and finally handed the axe to a bodyguard. The bodyguard also understood Uncle Chen's meaning, and he didn't want to be involved in this appointment. So the bodyguard took the axe, turned around, raised his hand, suddenly raised the axe, and chopped it down at Li Muhan's head. Everyone was looking forward to the sound of the axe splitting the head. But after a moment, they found that they did not hear any noise they wanted to hear, nor did they hear the orphan's screams. Instead, the bodyguard's body was slowly shaking. Hey, are you having AF G epileptic seizure? What are you doing there? Puff. Uncle Chin was interrupted. Finally, blood spurted out. But it was not Li Muhan's blood. The bodyguard's body was shaking violently. He was lifted up by something, and blood spurted out from his neck. Finally, there was only a loud bang. The bodyguard's neck tilted, and he fell to the ground. Uncle Chin and others were shocked to find that his neck had been bitten off. Looking at Li Muhan in front of me, wait, is this still the orphan? Uncle Chen's lips trembled slightly. He had lived for so long and accomplished so many great things. I have seen a lot of the world. But now he really doubted whether there was something wrong with his brain, because he found that the thing hanging in front of him was no longer a human being, but a complete monster. The creature had a demonic horn, and its deep black skin was covered in runes that shone with a faint golden light. However, what makes people most afraid and even tremble is the pair of golden devil pupils. There was no warmth or emotion in those eyes that a living being should have, only coldness and indifference like an endless abyss. When you gaze into it, you will feel that things with souls are being ruthlessly drawn in, as if they can tear the soul apart and devour it. In his mouth, he was biting half of the throat of the bodyguard who had just fallen. What is this monster? Several younger bodyguards were now thrown into disarray and hurriedly retreated to create distance between themselves and the monster. Uncle Chin finally had a good psychological endurance. He immediately calmed his fear and looked at the monster fiercely. Uncle, kill him? Standing next to Uncle Chin were several veterans. They had regained their composure at this time and asked Uncle Chin questions at the same time. Kill? What the hell is this thing? Damn it. It's so disgusting. After hearing these words, the devil bit his throat and spat on the ground, then looked at the people in front of him with an extremely weird smile. Pride is mankind's eternal original sin. F****ku. A bodyguard pulled out a Nepalese machete and stabbed the demon in the neck. Snap. But only then did they discover that this thing had a long and thick tail dragging on the ground, and the bodyguard was suddenly pierced through the body by the tail the moment he rushed forward. The tail hung it in midair and slowly moved it in front of the demon. Blood dripped from the tip of the tail and landed on the demon's lips. He said with a grin as he looked at the man who was trembling with pain in his body, but still trying to attack his tail with the saber. I've always wondered why vampires like to drink human blood, and now, when I drink this blood, I realize. He licked the blood from the corner of his lips, then swung his tail hard, throwing the bodyguard's body to the ground. I just realized that I still like human souls. No. Wait, don't kill me, wait. Puff. Before he could finish his words, the thick and long tail smashed his head. Ha 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 ha. This was not the end yet. The huge tail continued to stab the bodyguard, who was already rotting on the ground again and again until his body was completely crushed. Finally, the demon easily broke the chains that bound his hands. You guys. What are you looking at? Pull out your guns. Kill him. Seeing the demon walking towards them after landing, Uncle Chin could no longer suppress the fear in his heart. He pushed the bodyguard beside him over and called on everyone else to draw their guns. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the entire basement became extremely weird. Several black gun muzzles were pointed at the demon's head. They were all well-trained veterans, but at this moment they were facing something they didn't know what it was. This may be the first time in their lives that they have questioned themselves. Can they kill this thing? Toys. Humans always like to rely on toys to make up for their own weakness. The devil still had a strange smile on his face, and the runes on his body glowed slightly brighter than before. Immediately afterwards, the lights in the basement suddenly began to flicker, and countless electric currents began to slowly flow into the demon's body. Let me help you remember your most primal fear. The demon held his head high and seemed even more excited facing the gunshots. Snap! The light above suddenly went out, leaving only darkness in the entire basement and the golden runes on the demon's body. Shoot! Towards that golden light. Uncle Chin responded immediately. In order not to hurt their own people, they also unified their positions to form a crossfire cover trend. Actually, in a basement like this, firing randomly in the dark is not a good idea. They are likely to be injured by ricochets. Those who think wrongly, give me a thumbs up. Equals. But after witnessing the monster brutally killing their companions, their hearts were filled with fear and anger. But they soon discovered that this fear and anger, and even the guns in their hands, seemed like a joke in front of this thing. Ha 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 ha. The monster's figure was as fast as lightning, and the golden runes on its body flickered. Every time a gunshot rang out, the light from the muzzle would show the monster's figure flashing by with lightning. Help! No! Don't kill me! No! Wait! I surrender! Ah! Uncle Chin only heard the endless screams coming from all around him. But soon, All the screams stopped, as if they had never existed. Now he could hear no sound except his own heartbeat and heavy breathing. Oleg. Tom. Where are you? If you're still alive, make a sound. He wanted to roar, but his voice was full of tremors, which showed that his fear had reached its peak. What does this mean? An orphan, a pariah who has killed countless people. Why does he find himself feeling like this now? At this moment, a rustling sound suddenly came from in front of me. Uncle Chin suddenly raised his gun and fired forward. The flash of fire from the muzzle allowed him to see a shadow slowly approaching him. But no matter how he shot, the figure seemed unaffected and continued to approach him step by step. The bullets were soon used up. He suddenly lowered his head to change the bullet, but heard a strange heat coming from the front. He trembled and slowly raised his head, and the golden runes slowly lit up. Right before his eyes, at a very close distance, the demon was looking at him with great interest. At this time, the demon's body swelled a little more, and its face became even more strangely distorted. You. Uncle Chin could hardly hold the gun in his hand. The monster in front of him slowly lowered its head, moved closer to him, and sniffed carefully, as if it was tasting his fear. That's right, just like your young master, his fear is so delicious. You humans have become so arrogant and ignorant. You once wanted to summon me and gain my knowledge, but now you are just seeking death. To be honest, I like you better now. His huge claws slowly pinched Uncle Chen's head. A flash of lightning slowly passed through his fingertips, and Uncle Chen immediately trembled in pain, and the gun in his hand fell to the ground. What a delightful fear. I will savor it until the last moment of your life. No, don't kill me. I'm just following orders. I don't want to kill you. It's not me. It's the Zhao family. Zhao Zhijiang. And his son. It's none of my business. Uncle Chin had completely lost his mind, and in order to save his life, he completely betrayed his master. It's so noisy. The demon's hands began to exert force slightly. Uncle Chen's head immediately made a cracking sound and his pupils began to become bloodshot. Scarlet blood continued to seep out of his ears, nostrils, and eye sockets. No. Spare me. Click. His head had begun to deform slightly, and finally, after a burst of thunder, the man's head was completely crushed to pieces. Snap. Looking at the headless body of the man falling to the ground, the demon sneered dismissively. Then he seemed to feel something and slowly looked outside the house. Finally, he slowly sat down on the ground, sitting in the middle of the pile of corpses he had created. The demonic features began to slowly fade, and eventually he regained his human body. Li Muhan shook his head and looked around. When he found that there were corpses everywhere, his pupils widened and he showed a look of horror. These were all made by me. Just then, the basement door opened. The girl in a black suit slowly stepped into the closed basement, filled with the smell of gunpowder and blood. Is it done? Lindsay still looked at Li Muhan with that indifferent smile on his face. No, I didn't do it. It was the devil, not me. Please, forgive me, it wasn't me. Li Muhan held his head and curled up on the ground, tears and snot streaming down his face. Lindsay slowly walked in front of him, then squatted down and raised his hands slightly. Poor little thing. Her voice was very gentle and her movements were very soft. Her slender fingers gently brushed Li Muhan's cheek, as if to wipe away his tears, which made the terrified boy raise his head. But the next second, Lindsay didn't say any words of comfort. The smile on her face suddenly became evil and crazy, and her pupils also revealed a hint of joyful madness. What are you and I pretending to be doing here? Li Muhan was stunned. Pretend to be possessed by a demon, lose control, kill someone, then hold your head in agony so your sister can comfort you. Lindsay's hand gently lifted Li Muhan's chin. She kept approaching Li Muhan with an excited smile, and finally she leaned close to Li Muhan's ear and whispered, "Killing people? Wasn't that something you often did when you were a kid?" Li Muhan's pupils suddenly widened, and then the fear slowly disappeared, and his expression gradually became calm. "Oh, what do you mean? Perhaps the first time, you were indeed possessed by the devil, but now, didn't you kill all these people with your own will? Hearing Lindsay expose his true feelings, Li Muhan's eyes flashed with indifference. So, you're trying to use the Special Management Bureau's power to give this murderer me too? Lindsay slowly placed his finger on Li Muhan's lips. Whether these people live or die has nothing to do with me. Besides, your actions were clearly legitimate self-defense. At most, it was excessive self-defense. Then Lindsay slowly stood up and walked towards the door. We'll take care of these bodies. You should go home and think about the proposal I made to you. Making a deal with the devil might give you the upper hand at first, but don't forget that the power you rely on is in their hands. Don't let her leave. In his mind, Baal's voice suddenly made Li Muhan startled. Her soul is very powerful. Kill her and harvest her soul to repair my soul. Then I will give you even more powerful power. You can do whatever you want. No one can restrain you. Li Muhan pressed his head hard. Don't really treat me as a murderer. Hee ha 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 ha. Didn't you just enjoy the killing? And you're even imitating my speech. Because those people deserve to be killed. Lindsay walked to the door and listened to Li Muhan talking to himself. She slowly turned her head and looked at Li Muhan. Li Muhan, do you need help? Li Muhan pressed his head with one hand and waved his other hand at her violently. Get out of here. I might be losing control of this now. Go. Oh. Lindsay looked at Li Muhan with a hint of amusement in his eyes. It seems you are not a bloodthirsty person. Having said that, Lindsay turned around and walked towards Li Muhan again. Don't F asterisk 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 G come over here. Li Muhan tried desperately to suppress the demonic voice in his head, but he could already feel it eroding his will. Leave it to me. Leave everything to me. I will tell you how to use this power. I said, shut the F asterisk asterisk K up. At the moment when Li Muhan roared, Lindsay had already arrived in front of Li Muhan. She gently pressed Li Muhan's shoulders and said softly, be good, leave it to him. Puff. The next moment, the demon's tail suddenly appeared and pierced the woman's body directly. Li Muhan once again transformed into the form of a demon. Of course, this time it was no longer Li Muhan who controlled the body, but a real demon. You're such a gutsy woman. The demon tilted his head, looked at the woman, and then grinned. The smile on Lindsay's face froze, but did not disappear. She slowly lowered her head to look at her pierced body. The tail was very thick, and the woman's body was very petite. If you think of it wrongly, go to face the wall. The piercing directly opened a big hole in her abdomen. Hey, this is my work clothes. If you do this, I'll have to pay for a new one. How can I sneak attack you? The devil looked at the woman coldly. The woman's body was pierced by him, but not a drop of blood gushed out, and she didn't seem to be in any pain. You are not human, the demon said in a hoarse voice, then hung the woman up with her tail and hung her in front of him. Your breath is so strange. Then, the demon began to smell the woman's scent carefully. Is the perfume I'm wearing nice? Lindsay blinked at him without any fear on his face. I don't know what you are, but your soul is very powerful. The devil's face was full of confusion, and he seemed to be extremely interested in what kind of woman this woman was. But Lindsay obviously didn't want to be left hanging like this. Let's continue with what we were talking about, Li Muhan. You should still be able to hear me, right? I absolutely have no objection to you fighting violence with violence. After all, our Special Management Bureau needs people like you. But the prerequisite is that you must have sufficient strength, otherwise you may hit a wall that you can't handle right now. He. When talking about this, the devil is no longer sleepy. You little thing, are you talking to me about strength? With me here, no one can stop him. He can kill whoever he wants. The demon moved closer to the woman and grinned. Yeah, Lindsay also smiled. Her slender fingers gently tapped the demon's tail that had pierced her. Baal, you weren't this arrogant when your soul was shattered. You. How dare you humiliate me like this? Finally, Lindsay slowly placed his hand on the demon's tail that pierced him and then sighed as if he was tired. I'm quite interested in you, demon. Unfortunately, you're too weak right now. Me? Too weak. The devil's face suddenly turned gloomy, as if Lindsay's words had touched his reverse scale. Yes, I assure you, demon, you are boring to me right now. Hehehe, okay. Now that you're pierced by my tail, you still dare to say such things? Excuse me, what did you say? Your tail. Snap. Lindsay still had a faint smile on her face, and she gently exerted force on the devil's tail with her hand, so the thick tail that pierced her body was easily crushed into pieces by her like foam. You! How dare you! The demon was shocked at first, and then became extremely furious, but it also understood that this woman was definitely not an ordinary person. No, she was not G human at all. Then the demon's eyes suddenly burst into golden light. Boundary. Thunderbolt kill. He opened the realm without hesitation, intending to blast the woman to pieces in an instant. But the next second, Lindsay's hand had already grabbed his neck, and the tremendous force made the demon feel inexplicably frightened. Did I say you can open the realm? Snap. The lightning that was originally gathering disappeared in an instant. My own boundary was broken in an instant? The demon stared at the woman in front of him with wide eyes. It was at this moment that the woman truly began to reveal her power, a power that was ancient and pure, representing the profound heritage of the land of Huaxia for thousands of years. Ball stared at the woman in front of him, as if his throat was being strangled by an ancient, mysterious, and great being. You are powerful, Ball. The smile on the woman's face disappeared, and she looked at Ball expressionlessly, while increasing the strength in her hands. The hole that had just been pierced by the demon's tail was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. But now, just now, I am stronger than you, so just give the body back to him. Bang! Bale's realm was completely shattered, and he felt his power being sucked back by this body. He grinned, looked at the woman, and smiled. Hehehe, Huaxia. This land is truly interesting. There are beings like you. Woman, remember, I didn't lose to you today, but because of this body and my broken soul. His horns began to turn to dust, and the runes on his body began to slowly dissipate. Remember this. Remember this well, woman. When I regain my strength, I will come back to taste your pain. Finally, his skin began to gradually return to its previous color. What a delightful land this is. It seems I won't be bored in this human body. Eventually, the demon transformed back into human form. The woman who was pinching Li Muhan's neck slowly loosened her grip. Cough, 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 cough. Li Muhan looked around at the bodies, then he slowly raised his head and looked at the woman. I did kill people, but that was to survive. I know. Lindsay gently supported Li Muhan, and this time she did not show the terrifying expression she had just had. It's the same now, Li Muhan. When you face someone who wants to take your life, no matter how you fight back, it's not excessive. But Li Muhan, there are still rules in this world, and your current strength is not enough to break the rules of this game. Yeah, I felt it just now. Although the authority of the body does not lie with him, Li Muhan also personally experienced the terrifying power of Lindsay. There was a hint of unwillingness in his eyes. Don't make that expression. You can't control your power well right now. The demon in you seems to like this world very much. How about coming with me to the Special Management Bureau? I won't force you to join. The woman supported Li Muhan and walked out of the basement step by step. Li Muhan pondered for a moment, then turned slightly to look at Lindsay. Free labor. Don't talk nonsense. You're in a formal state-owned unit, and you're covered by the 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund. I'll think about it. Don't worry, it's not time yet. Li Muhan looked at the woman. He had just deeply felt the woman's power, but that seemed to be just the tip of the iceberg of her power, and he had to become stronger. Judging the situation is what he learned most in the orphanage. At least for now, he really can't beat this woman. So he nodded slowly. So half an hour later, Lindsay, the woman, drove Li Muhan and Xia Ayu to the Tianhai Citibank building. Then he entered an elevator room through a secret passage at the back door. After learning that Li Muhan was kidnapped, Xia Ayu followed the smell of his blood and found Zhao Zhijiang's private villa. But she was stopped by Lindsay outside the door, and she said she would take care of the matter. In fact, Xia, you already understood that this woman's purpose was probably to get Li Muhan to join the Special Management Bureau. Li Muhan, if you don't want to join, just refuse directly, and I will help you. In the elevator, she turned and looked at Li Muhan and said, Yes, thank you. Li Muhan replied with a smile. Hey, our Special Management Bureau is a formal state-owned unit, a civil service organization. Please don't talk about it as if it's some criminal gang, okay? Lindsay smiled helplessly. These two people didn't care at all that she was there. The elevator went down for several minutes. You can imagine how big and deep the underground is. When the elevator door opened, Li Muhan was stunned. This is a completely small underground city, and the buildings and roads are no different from those on the ground. My God, building a place like this underneath a bank is like punching a hole in people's wallets. This is the headquarters of the Tianhai City's Special Management Bureau. Lindsay walked in front to lead the way for the two. Everyone they met along the way was very respectful to Lindsay and would call out Director Lin as they passed by. Soon Lindsay brought Li Muhan and Xia Yu to the registration center. Name: Li Muhan. Age: 21. It belongs to a different species. When asked this question by the registrar, Li Muhan was stunned. Right about the devil, Lindsay said to the registrar with a smile. The registrar was stunned for a moment, then looked up at Li Muhan for the first time. Demon? Director Lin, you're not mistaken. We've never taken in any demons. You're right, I caught one of them, didn't I? Lindsay said jokingly. I'm sorry, but I don't intend to be taken in by you. Li Muhan interrupted their conversation. The registrar looked at Lindsay in confusion and said, Director Lin, are you tricking people into coming here again? What do you mean by deception? Li Muhan, this is just a registration. We won't let you join. Besides, the examination here will help you better understand your body. This will be beneficial to you, right? Li Muhan remained alert until Xia Yu spoke softly behind him. Don't worry, they don't have any malicious intentions for now. Okay, I'll listen to you. So he was willing to cooperate a little. The registrar stood up and waved to Li Muhan, indicating that he should follow him into the room. Li Muhan looked at Lindsay and Xia Yu. Go ahead, it's okay. Just assess your disaster level. Disaster level? It was the first time Li Muhan heard this word, and he was a little curious. I'll explain it to you later. Lindsay waved at him. Come in now, our staff are very busy. The moment he stepped into the room, Li Muhan suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. The room was not as bright as he had imagined. There were no high-tech testing equipment on board. Instead, it looked a bit dark. Just as Li Muhan was confused, his eyes fell on a wheelchair in the middle of the room. There was a young girl sitting in a wheelchair. She was wearing a long dress as white as snow, and her eyes were covered with a white cloth, making her seem unable to see the world. Her long silver hair cascaded down like a waterfall, standing out in the dim room. Her face is so beautiful, like exquisite porcelain, that people dare not touch it easily. Ma'am, this is a new alien. I need your help in identifying it. The registrar was polite to the woman, and she turned her head slightly when she heard the voice. Come here. She looked at Li Muhan with a smile, as if her eyes were not affected by the white cloth at all. The smile on her face made Li Muhan feel extremely warm. Please hold my hand. Li Muhan stretched out her hand and gently held the silver-haired woman's hand. At this moment, she seemed to be pulled by some force that wanted her to enter. The woman did not resist too much. She had to go deeper to understand what kind of power this was. This was also her mission in existing here. A theater. An empty theater and stage. The silver-haired woman stood in the center of the stage. Her feet were now able to move freely and her eyes slowly opened. She looked around at the eerie theater. Demon. The woman uttered 2 words lightly, because she discovered that in the dim auditorium, there were faintly visible figures of 1 or 2 demons hidden in it. Why are there so many demons living in his body? The woman looked at the demons and spoke, as if talking to herself. Fortunately, these demons are not too powerful, but they are full of chaos and evil power. No problem, just a few little demons. Finally, the woman came to a conclusion and closed her eyes. The woman's figure finally disappeared from the stage, and then the spotlights went out one by one. In the dark auditorium, someone suddenly sneered. Then comes the second tone. The third tone. Sneering, jeers, and laughter filled the entire theater. Countless pairs of demonic eyes opened in the darkness, and they laughed madly at the woman who had left, like children who had played a successful prank. Until everything was swallowed by the dark abyss and the world returned to silence. The woman let go of her hand and continued to smile at Muhan. "Sorry, I think something's on my mind." Muhan said to the woman apologetically that he knew she had seen the same thing as him, and this might be the woman's ability. The silver-haired woman said as she slowly shook her head. "You are special. Your soul is pure, but there are some demons living inside." This is the first time I have seen such a thing. Disaster-level chaos. After the woman said this, she turned her back and said nothing more. "I understand. Thank you for your hard work." This level didn't seem to be particularly high, and the registrar didn't react much. Only after Muhan and the registrar left did the woman breathe a sigh of relief. She didn't understand. She didn't understand whether those things would let her go if she hadn't pretended not to see them. Her hands are still shaking and she is still scared. What are those things? After Muhan left the room, Lindsay walked out from the darkness. She looked at the silver-haired girl with a smile and asked, "How about it? What kind of soul could contain so many horrible demons? Even Ting's descendants think so highly of him, so this time we've truly found a treasure." The silver-haired girl was skeptical of Lindsay's optimism. "He's a demon. The Special Management Bureau has never taken in a demon, nor does it have experience dealing with demons. That human won't last long. Once the demon takes over his body then. Don't worry, that kid won't lose to those demons." Lindsay squatted in front of the girl and gently stroked her hair. Then Lindsay explained to Muhan the Special Management Bureau's assessment of the levels of abnormalities. The lowest level is chaos, which generally refers to some wild goblins that have infiltrated the human world and can be dealt with by ordinary police. Then there is chaos. If aliens of this level cause trouble, the Special Management Bureau will intervene. Then comes the catastrophe. Aliens that reach the catastrophe level are already under control. Without special permission, they cannot even live normally in the human world. Then came disasters, annihilation, and natural calamities. These three levels of aliens are forbidden from contacting humans and must survive under the strict monitoring of the Special Management Bureau. Xiaoyu is an exception. Lindsay, deputy director of the Huaxia National Special Management Bureau, personally acted as her guarantor to ensure that she would not endanger human society. This is why she can walk in the world. The last level is destruction. It has only appeared once since the establishment of the Special Management Bureau and twice since the birth of human society. One of them was in Huaxia thousands of years ago, when humanity was almost extinct. The second time was in Europe more than 700 years ago, and that natural disaster caused the death of almost one-third of the world's population. That was the Black Death that swept across Europe. Muhan was stunned when he heard the level of world destruction. Because in the Hall of Baal, the level of Baal that people think of is destruction. And Xiaoyu is at the disaster level, which means that if he really gets all of Baal's power, he might be able to fight better than Xiaoyu. By the way, this is for you. Lindsay took a pendant from a staff member and handed it to Muhan. I didn't plan on bringing a leash. Muhan did not take the pendant because he could clearly feel a certain power from the pendant, a power that bound the devil. Perhaps the devil's blood was seeping into his body, and he was naturally sensitive and repulsed by this binding force. But Lindsay stuffed it into Muhan's hands. This isn't a leash. If you use demonic power now, you might lose yourself. If you keep going like this, the demon will take over your body sooner or later. This thing can help you stay conscious while using demonic power, Lindsay said with a smile. Muhan was curious and took the necklace. How will it help me? Lindsay did not answer the question directly, but just smiled and said, "You will know when the time comes. You'll find out soon enough." Although Muhan accepted the pendant, he did not wear it. He was not stupid enough to do whatever others asked him to do. Under Lindsay's leadership, He also visited various departments of the Special Management Bureau. Except for some confidential intelligence departments, I visited places like the Engineering Department, Human Resources Department, Medical Department, and Logistics Department. This also made Li Muhan feel more and more that this Special Management Bureau seemed to have indeed received strong support from the country, and both human and material resources were sufficient. Then here comes the last thing. In the restaurant of the Special Management Bureau, Lindsay said while drinking coffee and looking at the two people sitting across from him at the table. Your guarantor, whether you join the Special Management Bureau or not, you must have a guarantor. Unfortunately, I'm already the guarantor for the person next to you, so then I'll be his guarantor. Before Lindsay could continue, Xia Yu spoke first. Lindsay seemed to be thinking about something. She took a sip of coffee, but her eyes kept looking back and forth at the two of them. You two have S*X, right? The sudden words scared Li Muhan. What? No, that's not the case. We. He blushed and tried to defend himself, but when he thought about the night when he lost his memory. Is it true that nothing happened and everything is innocent? Well, even Li Muhan himself didn't quite believe what he said. Xia Yu, that night. Seeing that Lindsay was just looking at him and smiling without saying anything, Li Muhan became anxious and quickly looked at Xia Yu, who was standing beside him. When I turned around, I found Xia Yu with her head lowered and silent, and her face was already blushing with shame. Wait, why did Xia Yu react like this? Could it be? Xia Yu buried her head even lower, her face reddening to her ears. Li Muhan gave up thinking for the time being, but he would definitely ask Xia Yu about this matter later. When I'm unconscious. Okay, stop. I agree. You will be his guarantor. You two must live together from now on. Li Muhan, you can't leave Xia Yu's sight for more than 24 hours otherwise. Lindsay smiled, and just when Li Muhan thought she was going to say something harsh, she suddenly looked at Xia Yu on the side and said, Otherwise, Xia Yu, you can reasonably suspect that he is cheating. Puff. Li Muhan, who was drinking water to relieve his tension, suddenly spat it out. Afterwards, Lindsay brought the two of them to the training center of the Special Management Bureau. This is the place where special humans who can fight against aliens are trained. It was also at this time that Li Muhan learned that there were many alien staff members in the Special Management Bureau. It seems that magic is still necessary to defeat magic. Not only that, even humans can learn powers like realms after undergoing special training. But this training method is extremely harsh and has a high chance of death. Therefore, most of the current staff in the Special Management Bureau are support personnel, and there are relatively few people in the departments involved in combat. The main combat force still has to rely on the aliens who have been recruited. This is the Special Management Bureau's training center. Here, every member of the Special Management Bureau will undergo a physical assessment. Only those who meet the requirements can participate in special training. Lindsay introduced Li Muhan, but Li Muhan was a little confused at this time. Why do these people join the Special Management Bureau even when facing special training with an extremely high mortality rate? In other words, why do they have to join the combat department of the Special Management Bureau? Wouldn't being a clerk also be useful? As if seeing Li Muhan's doubt, Lindsay smiled and said nothing. Director Lin, I have a question. Li Muhan suddenly asked. That is, if the demon in me returned to its full strength, could you defeat it? He had always been very concerned about the fact that Lindsay had completely suppressed the demon in his body, so even though he knew it might be impolite, he still asked. Lindsay thought for a moment, then said with a smile. You will win. Li Muhan's mouth twitched. This line is not suitable to be said. The last person who said this was beheaded. At this moment, the door of the training room was pushed open and a tall man wearing a beret walked in. Huatian, you're here just in time. This is the new member of your team. Come and meet him. Lindsay stood up, put his hands behind his back and looked at the man who walked in. The man was tall and had a resolute face. He was obviously a professional soldier. Li Muhan, this is the captain of the Special Management Bureau's 7th Action Team, Huatian. From today on, you are his man. Treasure him, he is a demon. Li Muhan was startled and quickly explained to the man. Sorry, I haven't decided whether to join the Special Management Bureau yet, and the power in my body is not something I actively wanted. After hearing what Li Muhan said, the tall man named Huatian's eyes obviously turned cold. Director Lin, I'm not a babysitter. This brat has no right to join my team. I can tell at a glance that he grew up in a greenhouse and has never received any experience. This sentence was extremely hurtful, and Li Muhan felt that his self-esteem was hurt. Okay, you said you needed more manpower and I found one for you. Even though he hasn't decided whether to join yet, you can use your charisma to win him over. Since he's unwilling to join the Special Management Bureau, then we should follow the rules. There shouldn't be any exceptions. We don't have an internship period for people with abnormalities here. There was no sign of compromise in Huatian's tone. This put Lindsay in a difficult position, because what Huatian said was the truth. The Special Management Bureau's attitude towards aliens was very clear. You either join and accept supervision, or you will be hunted directly. Most of the so-called aliens are creatures that exist in various legends and myths. Apart from those gods who are truly at the top of mythology, there are no aliens that the Special Management Bureau dare not deal with. Xia Yu's eyes also turned scarlet at this time. She stood beside Li Muhan and her attitude was very clear. If you ask her to follow the rules, she will turn hostile on the spot. Lindsay sighed, and at this moment, Huatian suddenly changed the subject and said, "Unless he can fight me. Big brother, we just met, there's no need to fight." Okay, let's fight. Li Muhan wanted to ease the atmosphere, but Xia Yu took over the conversation halfway through, as if she was very unhappy about Li Muhan being belittled by Huatian. Huatian glanced at Xia Yu, and just this one glance made him feel an unprecedented fear. What kind of terrifying power is hidden in that small body? Just the murderous aura released made Huatian's legs tremble uncontrollably. 10 of you wouldn't be enough for him to beat. Xia Yu continued to finish off the opponent. What did you say? Huatian is a man of temperament. Although he knows the gap between him and Xia Yu, he can't stand being humiliated like this. Finally, Li Muhan interrupted. Okay, I'll fight you. Li Muhan stopped pretending. He also didn't like to talk too much. He had fought a lot in junior high and high school, not to mention when he was a child in the orphanage. But I'm fighting you not to prove how great I am, but to tell you that I must get back what I lost with my own hands. When Li Muhan shouted this, his eyes were determined and his tone was powerful, as if he had really lost something. What do you mean? Huatian asked doubtfully. Sorry, the atmosphere was right, and I couldn't help but want to say this line myself. Li Muhan scratched his head and said embarrassedly. Lindsay yawned and waved his hand. Well, in that case, let's fight. This is also a training room anyway. It's just right, Li Muhan, you can get familiar with the power of demons. Whether you want to join the Special Management Bureau in the future or not, this will not harm you. Okay, Director Lin. Li Muhan also nodded slightly to Lindsay like everyone else here. This time, Xia Yu, you can't help him anymore. Lindsay made one last request and stood aside with Xia Yu. Huatian took off his coat, revealing his muscular body. Li Muhan felt a little frightened when he saw it. If he really wanted to fight him head-on, several lives would not be enough. Oh yes, there is one more request. Just as the two were about to take action, Lindsay suddenly raised 2 fingers and said, Huatian, you are not allowed to use the power of the realm, but Li Muhan, this rule does not restrict you. Secondly, you have to wear the pendant I gave you just now. This is also your chance to test its power. Li Muhan was a little confused. He looked at Lindsay and said, Isn't this a bit unfair to Captain Hua? Unexpectedly, Huatian sneered and spoke before Lindsay. Boy, wait until you can really force me to use the realm before you say such things. The so-called power of the realm is not unique to aliens. Most members of the Special Management Bureau's combat units can use boundaries. The levels of the realms are also divided according to the level of disaster. Levels 1 to 6 correspond to the disaster levels of chaos, calamity, annihilation, natural disasters, and finally destruction of the world. Logically speaking, Baal's 10,000 thunder-killing realm should be at the level of world destruction, but what Li Muhan controls now is only the second level, which is the chaos level. But he would not be so stupid as to directly tell Lindsay and others that the demonic power in his body was actually world-destroying. I am afraid that by then, these people will try their best not to let me leave the Special Management Bureau. Okay, I promise. He slowly put the pendant around his neck. Have you thought of your last words? Seeing that Li Muhan had made all these preparations, Hua Tian asked with a sneer. I have a question, Captain Hua. You say, why did you join the Special Management Bureau? Hua Tian was slightly stunned, not knowing why Li Muhan asked such a question. What? You want to get close to me and ask me to be gentle? Sorry, I've always been cruel when dealing with aliens, so I hope you're mentally prepared. I just want to know what made you risk your life to undergo that special training. This sentence seemed to have touched Hua Tian's reverse scale, and his face instantly became gloomy. I'm such AF G idiot for communicating with a monster like you. Monsters like you will never understand the price humans are willing to pay to protect something. Li Muhan was very confused. What did I say wrong? Why is this person so angry? Well, actually I am a human. Before he finished speaking, Hua Tian's fist, like a cannonball, appeared in front of Li Muhan. Li Muhan's body instinctively wanted to dodge. After all, he grew up fighting every day in an orphanage. Later, for Guruashi, he was almost always injured. Therefore, Li Muhan's physical fitness is better than that of his peers. But now this punch was incredibly fast and powerful. Even though Li Muhan dodged at the maximum speed his body could reach, he was still hit on the left side of his face by the punch. In an instant, his body spun and flew out, then fell heavily to the ground. Even though I'm tired of saying this, Hua Tian, please stop. Lindsay yawned and said to Hua Tian, I'm sorry, Director Lin, this is the Special Management Bureau, and he's an alien that doesn't accept the Special Management Bureau's control. I can't give him a proper lesson. All right then, finish this quickly. Today is my day off. Don't worry, Director Lin, it won't take you too long. Hua Tian sneered and stared at Li Muhan, who was knocked to the ground with his eyes as sharp as an eagle. Ahem, you really want to kill me. Li Muhan supported himself on the ground and was about to stand up. Before he could finish his words, the burly man on the opposite side rushed in front of him again and swung another fist towards Li Muhan's head. Bang! Li Muhan rolled over to avoid the punch, and the punch hit the ground in the training room, actually creating a crack. Don't destroy the training room. Don't you want this month's salary? Lindsay said with some dissatisfaction. I can't show mercy to those who are different from me. Hua Tian sneered and looked at Li Muhan, who was dodging away. You're pretty quick to react, huh? No, you figured out my punching pattern from my first punch? You're a natural fighter, but that's about it. It's not that exaggerated, but I can see that you really want to kill me. Li Muhan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, spat out a mouthful of blood foam and several broken teeth, and looked at Hua Tian with cold eyes. Hua Tian roared and rushed towards Li Muhan again, kicking Li Muhan's head with a whip kick. Li Muhan did see through some of Hua Tian's moves. He suddenly squatted down to avoid the kick and then punched Hua Tian in the stomach. Unexpectedly, Hua Tian's whip kick missed, and then he turned around and kicked Li Muhan hard in the abdomen. Bang! Li Muhan was kicked and flew backwards, hitting the wall. Ha 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 ha, you're a master fighter, but unfortunately, a real fight can't be static. After all, I'm not trying to imitate your moves. Hua Tian laughed and mocked Li Muhan. Xia, you wanted to step forward, but Lindsay raised his hand to stop her. Trust him a little more. Then Lindsay looked at Li Muhan, who was struggling to get up from the ground, and said, What's going on, Li Muhan? Are you okay? You don't think you can defeat our team leader just by fighting? Li Muhan certainly knew that his fighting style was as childish as a child's in Hua Tian's eyes, so there was only one way for him to win now. He slowly stood up and took a deep breath. Boom! A thundercloud actually began to gather in this huge indoor training ground, and then the thundercloud quickly spread, almost enveloping most of the building. The other staff members of the Special Management Bureau were also a little curious at this time. Who is it that actually deployed a boundary in the Special Management Bureau headquarters? It's the guy Director Lin brought. Don't worry about him. Captain Huatian from Team 7 is fighting him right now. In the training room enveloped by concentrated thunder, Huatian was not frightened by the scene before him. Instead, he smiled excitedly. Ha 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 ha, good. That's more like it. Then he rushed to Li Muhan, raised his fist high, and smashed it towards Li Muhan's face. Huatian did not hold back with this punch. If it had really hit Li Muhan, his entire head would have been blown apart. But Li Muhan just raised his hand lightly and took the punch nonchalantly. When their fists met, a fierce lightning flashed from their palms. Good boy, you're quite strong. Huatian had a crazy smile on his face and continued to punch hard. Li Muhan slowly stood up straight. His pupils turned light gold, and a demon horn grew on his head. A thick demon tail was constantly beating the floor. Li Muhan slowly turned his head and happened to see Huatian, who was facing him. There was a hint of madness in the eyes of both of them, and a fanatical smile appeared at the corners of their mouths. Ha 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 ha, so enjoyable. Keep going. Boom. Huatian's fist suddenly exerted force again, knocking Li Muhan, who was in demon form, to the ground and half kneeling on the ground. Li Muhan's eyes flashed with golden light the moment he raised his head. A pair of military boots kicked him hard in the face. Demon, huh? Alien, huh? Realm, huh? Huatian punched the demon's head again and again. Every punch he threw would cause thunder and sparks. Xiaoyu frowned, but Lindsay still kept smiling. Just when Huatian was about to smash the demon's face with one punch, Li Muhan, who was already lying on the ground, suddenly smiled again. Has that been enough? Li Muhan spoke, his voice low and hoarse as if it came from hell. Boom! A bolt of lightning blew Huatian away. Just as he fell to the ground, a hand grabbed his neck and lifted him up. Let go! Let me go! No matter how Huatian struggled, he couldn't break free from Li Muhan's grip on his fist. Furious, he began to attack Li Muhan with his other hand and leg. But these attacks didn't hurt Li Muhan at all, and Li Muhan's body couldn't even shake. Crackling. Then a flash of lightning flashed in his hand that was pinching Huatian's neck. Under the illumination of lightning, there was Li Muhan's almost crazy smile. Boom! Finally, the lightning struck Huatian's whole body. The 1.9-meter-tall strong man fell to the ground after twitching a few times. Li Muhan let go of his hand and turned to look at Lindsay and Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was very nervous, because she knew very well that if Li Muhan could not maintain his self-awareness, the Special Management Bureau would definitely treat him as an uncontrollable time bomb. Lindsay put his hands in his suit pockets with a calm smile on his face. Don't worry, it'll be fine. But Li Muhan gave them an extremely weird smile. Those golden pupils were filled with murderous intent. He's out of control. Xiaoyu said this lightly, and when she wanted to step forward to take action, she was stopped by Lindsay. Okay, just watch quietly. Li Muhan, who was possessed by Baal, reached out and pushed Huatian, who had just stood up and wanted to attack, to the ground again. F***K, that's so strong. Huatian's face was filled with shock. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move the demon's hand even a little bit. Then, Li Muhan's hands began to slowly turn black, and his claws replaced his palms, almost holding Huatian's entire face in his palms. Just as the demon was about to crush Huatian's head, a dark green light suddenly burst out from his chest. Li Muhan's face immediately showed a look of horror. The green light was emitted from the pendant that Lindsay had asked Li Muhan to wear. He seemed to be tortured by the dark green pendant, so he pushed Huatian away and tried to tear the pendant off. The moment his claws touched the pendant began to change. Countless black threads shot out from the pendant and wandered around the demon's body. The demon wanted to tear the threads, but the moment his body touched the threads, a burning sound was heard, and a roar of pain resounded throughout the training room. Oh my god, is this so exaggerated? Huatian, who had saved his life, didn't care about anything else. He crawled to Lindsay, and the few of them observed the changes of the devil together. Those dark green threads finally began to gather on the demon's face, almost covering half of his face. Crash. The silk thread tightly wrapped around the lower half of Li Muhan's face, turning it into a restraint mask like one worn by a vicious dog. The mask extended all the way to the base of the ears. When the mask was finally formed, Li Muhan suddenly raised his head and his pupils began to dilate. My whole body was shaking. It wanted to roar and destroy everything in front of it, but now the mask was constantly compressing its power. Finally, he knelt on the ground, his head lowered, his body trembling slightly. You didn't tell me this would happen. Xia Yi looked at Lindsay with some dissatisfaction. No way didn't I tell you before that the pendant will play a supporting role when he uses his demonic power? About 3 minutes later, Li Muhan slowly raised his head. Cold sweat wet his bangs, making his originally long hair even more messy. There was still a hint of gold in his eyes, but he no longer had that strange evil aura. I'm alive. This was the first sentence Li Muhan said, but because he was wearing a mask, his voice was a little muffled. He also noticed this and raised his hand to touch his face. The moment he touched the mask, Li Muhan became a little anxious. I can actually control my body? Li Muhan looked at his hands, a little surprised. Lindsay pondered for a moment and looked at Li Muhan with interest. It's quite handsome, this mask, he said to Lindsay while trying to pull off the mask. This thing can't be taken off? Of course. Once you release the boundary, it will return to its original form. This is the latest achievement of our Special Management Bureau's Scientific Council. Since we've never contained a demon before, this was a makeshift creation. The head of the Scientific Council calls it Demon Suppressor 1.0. It can help you suppress the excess demonic power within your body and distribute it appropriately based on your current strength. It's like installing an external processor for you. It's very expensive, Lindsay said with a smile. Finally, when Li Muhan released the boundary, the mask returned to its pendant shape. This feeling is really strange. He looked at the pendant on his chest that was now unresponsive and couldn't understand the principle behind it. Moreover, it was actually the Science Council that developed this thing. Is the end of science really metaphysics? An hour later. Cheers. Cheers. Welcome new team members. In a small pub, Huatian laughed and patted Li Muhan on the back. Li Muhan didn't like drinking, but in this situation, he had to raise his glass. After Huatian woke up, he had to drag Li Muhan to the party. The other 3 members of the 7th team also attended the party. There is the short-haired girl Inchi who is responsible for preliminary intelligence reconnaissance, the tall girl Su Shui who is responsible for long-range fire support, and the young man Lin Ziyu who is responsible for equipment maintenance and logistical support. These 3 people are about the same age as Li Muhan, and they are all human beings, which means that Li Muhan is the only outlier among them. Su Shui, a tall girl with light pink hair, came to sit next to Li Muhan with a glass of wine. She had an impressive figure and a delicate face. Even though she is wearing business suit pants, her long legs are still very eye-catching. Li Muhan, I heard you had a fight with the captain. Our captain's cerebellum develops faster than his brain, so he only thinks with his muscles. Don't hold a grudge against him. Little Peach, how can you talk like that? Although Huatian's face was red from drinking, he still heard what Su Shui said, and he started shouting in a loud voice. Li Muhan guessed that the reason why Su Shui was called Xiaotaozi might be because of her cute pink hair. This party was a welcome party held by Team 7 for Li Muhan, and his strength was recognized by Huatian. These team members also seemed to trust Huatian very much, so they also accepted Li Muhan. Li Muhan also learned that the team was in an awkward situation. Damn it. Why don't you assign us a mission? Huatian, who was already drunk, pounded the table and roared. Lin Ziyu, the young man in charge of logistics, comforted him and warned his captain not to break the table, as the team's current funds were running low. Captain, if you keep destroying things, we'll have no choice but to sell our team's old car. Inchi, you too, stop eating and talk to him. Scout Inchi was rather silent and didn't say much during the party. She was petite and wore a hat, making her look a bit like a child. Her big eyes would glance at Li Muhan from time to time. This made Li Muhan a little confused. Our team situation is somewhat special. Su Shui looked at the drunk Huitian and said to Li Muhan with a wry smile. Generally, the members of a combat team are all combatants from the Special Management Bureau, but there will also be one outlier. This can reduce the combat pressure of the team and prevent them from being wiped out due to lack of combat power when necessary. Doesn't Captain Huitian hate aliens? Li Muhan asked. Su Shui took a sip of wine, and a hint of bitterness flashed in her eyes. Yeah, but he can't go against the rules of the Special Management Bureau. So, Team 7 has never had any alien members? There was one before. This time it was Inchi who spoke. Her voice was soft, like a kitten. But during an operation 6 months ago, he betrayed us. Betray? Li Muhan was slightly stunned. He was not unfamiliar with this word. Li Muhan had experienced countless betrayals since he was a child. Just recently, he was severely backstabbed by his childhood sweetheart, Gu Ruashi. But he knew very well that the betrayal that Inchi talked about was definitely more painful than what he had experienced. That was originally just a simple investigation mission. A Chaos-level alien was detected in an old factory building. It wasn't registered under supervision, so our team went to investigate. Of course, we also went with the alien. She was our companion at the time. Su Shui spoke in a calm tone. Everything went smoothly. It was a vampire that had just awakened and was completely unaware of the world. It hadn't hurt anyone and was just hiding in the abandoned factory, shivering. Hearing the word vampire, Li Muhan became a little alert. It seemed that he could see what he was thinking. Su Shui smiled and waved her hand. Don't worry, it has nothing to do with your guarantor. That vampire was very weak and belonged to the low-level vampire clan. We tried to contact her and comfort her emotions. It turned out that she was fine. We were ready to take her away. Having said that, Su Shui's hands tightly grasped the cup, her eyes full of confusion and puzzlement. But our alien team member suddenly deployed a domain, injuring the captain and Inchi from behind, then fled the scene with the vampire. Her whereabouts remain unknown to this day. The alien's defection was a very serious matter. All the responsibility was placed on the captain's head. Our team has not been on a serious mission since then. We have only assisted the police in solving trivial cases that have nothing to do with aliens. And the defected alien has never appeared in our sight again. The captain never gave up on searching for him. After that, he refused any aliens to join him. His most common muttering was, "Aliens are indeed beasts. They will never truly help humans." So, Li Muhan, if the captain says or does anything extreme to you during future operations, don't take it to heart. It's not easy for us all to get over that shadow. That's not necessary. As a result, Huitian, who was supposed to be drunk, pushed Lin Ziyu away and said to Li Muhan, "We're in the Special Management Bureau, a job that's on the edge of life and death. Don't be so hypocritical. This isn't some mutual aid society. Everyone has a past." He looked at Su Shui, Lin Ziyu, and Inchi. "You have no right to ask Li Muhan to be tolerant of anyone. You have also read his information. Should he just swallow his anger?" Then he looked at Li Muhan again and said, "I looked down on you before and thought you were just a little brat. I apologize to you if we have any disagreements in the future." He clenched his fists, shook them in front of Li Muhan, and said after laughing heartily a few times, "We are all men, and we use this to solve the problem." Li Muhan also smiled and said half-jokingly, "Okay, Captain Hua, we haven't finished yet. How about we continue?" Huitian's smile froze, and he quickly waved his hands. "Get lost. I can't beat you right now. Show me some respect." Li Muhan was speechless. Captain Huitian's expression changed faster than turning the pages of a book. After the party, Su Shui and Inchi left together, while Li Muhan helped Lin Ziyu help the drunk Huitian into the car. "Muhan, could you please come with me to send the captain back first, and then I can send you home?" Lin Ziyu said. The child, who was younger than himself and probably just turned 18, looked at Li Muhan timidly. Li Muhan knew that he was afraid of his own demonic identity. So he smiled and nodded. Because he guessed that Lin Ziyu must have something to say to him, otherwise he would not let him get in the car with him. Sure enough, Lin Ziyu said this as soon as the car started. You must be wondering why our captain hates aliens so much. Indeed, I am a little curious. Linziu said with a wry smile while driving. Our captain used to be the chief of the Tianhai City Police Department. This surprised Li Muhan a little. He didn't expect that Huatian was such a big shot. He's been in the Special Management Bureau for 5 years. From the first day he joined, he's been training like crazy, nearly losing his life several times. Oh, and I heard these things from others, since I hadn't joined yet. Lin Ziyu scratched his head a little embarrassedly, and Li Muhan reminded him not to drive with one hand. So Lin Ziyu continued. Don't look at Captain Huatian like this now. He used to have a family. He had a wife and a son. His son even became a policeman with the highest grades in the school. Although Huatian looks strong, he is actually in his 50s. So Li Muhan found him incredible. What was the point of him trying so hard to join a combat unit at this age? But he had a vague feeling that he would soon get the answer from Lin Ziyu. Lin Ziyu glanced at Huatian through the rearview mirror and found that he was sleeping soundly and snoring, so he continued. But just 5 years ago, before he joined the Special Management Bureau, a shocking series of disappearances of young girls occurred in Tianhai City. The victims were all young female college students or newly employed white-collar workers. The police took this matter very seriously. The captain couldn't sleep all night long because of that case. In the end, he actually caught a clue. All the clues pointed to a taxi driver named Zhou Zhigua. Li Muhan didn't say anything. He sat in the passenger seat and listened quietly to Lin Ziyu telling about the past. Huatian had just become the director that year and had a bright future, so it was extremely painful for him to see such an incident happen in his jurisdiction. He neglected his appetite and worked all night to sort out clues. With the help of everyone, he finally locked the target on a taxi driver named Zhou Zhigua, just when he was about to close the net. However, a call from the provincial department warned him not to investigate the matter any further and that someone would handle the incident. Although he was very unhappy, Huatian suppressed his inner restlessness and asked everyone in the department not to interfere in this matter anymore. There was only one person who firmly opposed it, and that was Huatian's son, a trainee police officer who had just reported to the criminal police team. Because of this, Huatian had a big quarrel with his son, and they ended up parting on bad terms. That is, early the next morning, Huatian received bad news. His son died in an abandoned warehouse with his internal organs removed. And that ruin was exactly where they planned to close their net. After that, Captain Huatian completely collapsed. He went after Zhou Zhigua with a gun more than once, and in the end, he even lost his job. The strangest thing was that all the missing girls returned overnight, and they seemed to have been brainwashed and had no memory of anything. Having said that, Lin Ziyu turned to look at Li Muhan. You should know who did it. Special Management Bureau. Li Muhan said it directly without hesitation. That's right. The Special Management Bureau intervened in this matter and found the missing girl, but they had no evidence to prove that Zhou Zhigua was responsible. In the end, they could only strengthen their control over him, and the matter ended there. But for Captain Huatian, this is just the beginning, Li Muhan said. Lin Ziyu nodded. The second month after he lost his job, the Special Management Bureau found the captain and informed him that his son had died at the hands of aliens, but they couldn't prove that Zhou Zhigua was responsible. At this point, Li Muhan already understood the answer to the question he had asked Huatian before. Why join the Special Management Bureau? He wanted to avenge his child with his own hands. Don't think too narrowly of the captain. Revenge is certainly one of his motives, but after learning about the existence of that monster, the captain felt that as a former police officer, he had to shoulder the responsibility of protecting the people. So he resolutely joined the Special Management Bureau and became a combatant capable of using the realm. If you keep thinking about it, there will be a response. Perhaps only someone with such obsession could pass that kind of special training that is almost like hell. At this moment, Huatian, who had been sleeping in the back seat, slowly opened his eyes, and a rare sadness flashed in his eyes. At the same time, the top floor of the Zhao Group's building in Tianhai City is brightly lit even late at night, as if declaring that even the night cannot bring silence to this city. Zhao Zhijiang was smoking one cigarette after another at his desk. He is waiting for a result. Soon, there was a knock on the office door. Zhao Zhijiang stood up suddenly. "Come in." A bodyguard walked in and said timidly, "Mr. Zhao, we can't find any information. Uncle Chin and the bodyguards are all missing. The villa in the suburbs is also very clean, without even a trace of blood." Zhao Zhijiang sighed. Chen Yun had been his confidant for many years and had helped him do many shady things. The reason why he valued Chen Yun so much was because this person was flawless in his work and was absolutely loyal to him. If Zhao Zhijiang spoke, he would even kill his own mother. But this time, he was just asked to inquire about the orphan situation, so how could he just disappear? What about that organization from before? The one that found Li Muhan's intelligence. Go find them and check it out. I'll pay any amount. Chen Yun is my old subordinate. I want to see him alive or dead. After Zhao Zhijiang said this, the bodyguard did not move. He looked at the bodyguard with some confusion. "Why are you standing there?" "Boss Zhao, that organization was destroyed." Zhao Zhijiang stood up suddenly. Although that organization was an underground force, it was also an old organization that had taken root in Tianhai City. They had been cleared out several times without causing any harm to them. How could they be wiped out just like that now? He was so smart. These things might not seem like anything when viewed individually, but when they were put together, Zhao Zhijiang suddenly broke out in a cold sweat on his back. More than 10 people died, but it was covered up as a car accident. A powerful underground intelligence organization was destroyed the day after it checked Li Muhan's file. Chen Yun, who had never failed before, now had no news because of that orphan. "Boss Zhao, I'll contact other organizations to investigate immediately." When the bodyguard saw Zhao Zhijiang's face turned pale, he immediately wanted to leave. Zhao Zhijiang quickly raised his hand to stop him. "Stop. Boss Zhao, do you have any other instructions?" "No. Don't check it." The bodyguard thought he had misheard, so he walked back to Zhao Zhijiang and asked, "Mr. Zhao, aren't you going to check Uncle Chen's whereabouts? Don't investigate anymore. Not just Chen Yun, but that guy named Li Muhan too. From now on, don't touch anything related to him. Do you understand?" The bodyguard was stunned for a moment, then nodded immediately. Just then, another bodyguard rushed in happily. "Boss Zhao, good news. Good news." Zhao Zhijiang was still in shock, but after hearing the good news, his mood calmed down a little. "What good news?" "We won the bid for the Dongshan Park project." "No, it's a bounty for an underground assassin. 50 million. Someone has already accepted it." Zhao Zhijiang's eyes widened, and an ominous premonition filled his heart. "What killer bounty? What 50 million? There's a bounty on the head of that person called Li Muhan. No one took it before, but now someone has taken it, offering 50 million. It's a female killer from abroad." "Huh? Who the hell issued the bounty? Why didn't I know about it?" Zhao Zhijiang's almost roaring voice scared the bodyguard so much that he sat down on the ground. "Mr. Zhao, it's Madam. Madam said you gave her permission." Zhao Zhijiang felt his eyes go dark. There is no doubt that the lady this person is talking about must be Zhao Qianquan's biological mother. F***K him. "Yuan, you didn't even ask me about such a serious matter. Go and revoke the bounty. Get the mission back for me. That stinky B*****ch. Zhao Zhijiang made up his mind that after he was done with his work, he would throw her into the sea to feed the fish. He has 4 women in total. Zhao Qianquan was born to his 4th wife, making him the youngest son, but also the least promising one. His domineering behavior since he was a child has caused him a lot of trouble. Zhao Zhijiang had been able to use money to help him settle all the previous problems, but this time something was obviously not normal. If you continue to indulge that stupid son and his mother, you might end up getting yourself into trouble. This mother and son will always cause trouble for themselves. Zhao Zhijiang was so angry that he punched the table. Just when the bodyguard was about to run away in fear, Zhao Zhijiang's phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and saw that it was an unknown caller and was a little confused, as few people knew about his phone. Which one? After picking up the phone, Zhao Zhijiang asked coldly. Just checking the work with you, Li Muhan, right? A cold girl's voice came from the phone. Who? UF asterisk 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 G. Suddenly, Zhao Zhijiang thought of something. Are you a killer? 50 million. Are you F asterisk 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 G crazy? An orphan's life is worth 50 million. 50 million, I'll take it. The other party's cold voice made Zhao Zhijiang feel a chill down his spine. 50 million was nothing to Zhao Zhijiang. It was just that this person's origins were unknown, and the recent events surrounding the orphan named Li Muhan were too bizarre. Zhao Zhijiang no longer wanted to take this risk. Forget it, I plan to cancel this job. I'm sorry, I've already accepted the 50 million. If you plan to withdraw it, then according to the rules, I will come to you. You want to F asterisk 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 G die, don't you? Mr. Zhao, I dare to accept it, which means I have the ability. Please prepare 50 million otherwise. Beep beep beep. The call was hung up. A trace of cold sweat broke out on Zhao Zhijiang's forehead. What the woman said just now was very clear. If she cancelled this mission, she would become her target. Zhao Zhijiang sat down on the sofa and lit a cigarette. Mr. Zhao, what should we do? The bodyguard asked cautiously. Let's see. If she can really get the job done after taking the money, we'll kill her as well. Don't let anyone know it's our Zhao family who issued the bounty. Although he said so, Zhao Zhijiang always had a very ominous premonition. This time, this stupid son seemed to have really gotten himself into a lot of trouble. The next day, Li Muhan sat up on the sofa and felt a chill running through his bones. This shouldn't happen. Even though it's winter, we're indoors. Is the heating broken? Li Muhan got up to check the heating and knocked on the door of the room. He heard a girl's somewhat dissatisfied voice from inside. Let me sleep a little longer. This was the agreement between Li Muhan and Xiaoyu, but it was actually an agreement that Li Muhan unilaterally forced to be implemented. That means I sleep on the sofa and Xiaoyu sleeps in the room. Although Xiaoyu said that she didn't mind sleeping with Li Muhan still covered his face and said that it was wrong to do so. As to whether they had done it or not, Li Muhan did not ask in the end. It's really hard to talk about. Li Muhan prepared breakfast and reminded Xiaoyu, who was still sleeping, to remember to eat before leaving the house. He was used to Xiaoyu skipping classes frequently, which might be one of the reasons why she had a bad reputation in school. Besides, he is a vampire, hiding during the day and coming out at night, so it seems reasonable, doesn't it? After going out, Li Muhan was surprised to find that it was snowing in Tianhai City. No wonder the temperature is so low, it hasn't snowed in this city for 5 years. On the bus, he turned on his phone and found that he had been pulled into a WeChat discussion group named Team 7, Forever Home. Welcome, Muhan. Su Shui, whose avatar was a cute lamb, was the first to speak. Taozi, are you sleepy? Didn't we welcome you yesterday? The person being complained about is Linziu, whose profile picture is a 2D girl. Welcome. Then came Inchi. What surprised Li Muhan was that Inchi's avatar was actually a cute kitten. Not to mention, this kitten really looked similar to this taciturn and petite girl. Captain, come and welcome us. The captain is probably still asleep. You guys were so disloyal last night. You just left the captain to Muhan and me and went home. It took us a lot of effort to carry him upstairs. Linziu sent a crying expression. It can't be helped. The captain must be so happy because our Team 7 is now complete again, all thanks to Muhan. Taozi, are you ignoring me? We put a lot of effort into carrying the captain upstairs. Just imagine his size. It doesn't matter as long as I can complete the mission. Inchi said coldly. Youngie, you're ignoring me too. Li Muhan watched the group chatting in the group and a smile appeared on his face. It seemed as if he had never had so many friends and had never been welcomed and surrounded by so many people. From childhood to adulthood, the person he played best with was Luo Yang. But Luo Yang also has his own social circle, and Li Muhan cannot fit into those circles. Luo Yang is very smart. He will not force Li Muhan to integrate into his circle. He will separate these circles well and will not make Li Muhan feel uncomfortable. Thank you everyone, but I'm not considered a member of the Special Management Bureau. I'm just a trainee at best. Li Muhan also posted a message. This was the agreement between Lin Zhe and him. He would follow Team 7 as a trainee member to complete some tasks first. As for whether or not to join, it was up to him to decide. Wrapping himself in a thick coat, Li Muhan got off the bus and came to school. I don't know if it's an illusion. After arriving at the school, he felt that the cold atmosphere was even more severe, as if the school was the center of the cold release. Oh my god, it's freezing. Yeah, this damn weather didn't say it would be this cold today. Even though it's winter, the temperature is too high. We're in a southern city. Listening to the complaints of other students in the university, Li Muhan walked towards the teaching building. Along the way, he heard the discussions among the students around him, and the most discussed one was, it seems that there is a transfer student. That's incredible. That transfer student is such a beauty. Guess how tall she is, 1.75 meters. Oh my god. Those long legs. I heard she's an international student from a northern glacial country. She's so beautiful. Li Muhan didn't care much about these topics. It was very common for universities to have foreign exchange students or international students, and everyone would be very interested in foreign students that they rarely came into contact with. And in a classroom, next to the window, a tall, fair-skinned, breathtakingly beautiful blonde girl was looking out the window with her chin in her hand. Miss Hattie, are you getting used to living here in Huaxia? Is it quite different from your country? Wow, you take good care of your skin. It's so white. Excuse me, do you have a boyfriend? A group of students surrounded her and asked her questions. The blonde girl ignored the group of students who surrounded her and asked her questions. She kept a cold expression until her eyes happened to catch sight of Li Muhan passing by downstairs. A strange smile suddenly appeared on her expressionless face. Found it. During the lunch break, Li Muhan received a call from Xia Yu. Did you get up and have breakfast? Xia Yu's voice still seemed lazy, and there was also the sound of quilt rubbing against each other. It's very cold outside today. By the way, I plan to take you shopping for some clothes this weekend. You can't always wear my clothes. Sorry. I don't mean to blame you, it's just that you are so beautiful. You should wear better clothes that suit you better. Xia Yu on the other end of the phone seemed to chuckle, and then suddenly seemed to remember something and said, You said it was cold today? Yeah, you really haven't woken up yet. Get up and take a look. It's snowing outside. Then there was the sound of curtains being drawn. Xia Yu's voice became a little cold. Li Muhan, do you have a part-time job tonight? Yes, what's wrong? Don't work part-time for now and go home early in the evening. Li Muhan was a little surprised, but Xia Yu's tone seemed serious. How can I pay the rent without a part-time job? I'll find a way. Anyway, come back early after class or I'll pick you up. Even though you're my guarantor, you don't have to go to the extent of picking me up after class. Li Muhan smiled and comforted Xia Yu, assuring her that there would be no trouble, and then hung up the phone. As for part-time jobs, how could I not go? Now there is one more mouth to feed at home. Although Xia Yu has started working to earn money, I can't always rely on her to support me. So after class, Li Muhan went to the supermarket where he worked. Shaoli, you don't need to come here anymore. But he was kicked out by the supermarket owner. He was very confused. He hadn't done anything wrong, so why was he fired? Boss, have I done anything wrong? Li Muhan entered the supermarket again, wanting to find out what was going on. The boss hesitated, looked around and found that there was no one around, so he spoke in a low voice. You've offended someone you shouldn't have, and now someone wants to punish you. I'm afraid you won't be able to find a job anywhere. Li Muhan suddenly understood. This was Zhao Jijiang's idea. He can't kill me, but he can use his power and money to suppress me. I'm afraid that even if I can graduate successfully, I won't be able to find a job. Helplessly, he had to go home first. Walking alone on the snowy street, Li Muhan thought of Gu Ruashi again. This woman used to be his beacon, but now he only felt sadness when he thought of Gu Ruashi. When passing by the park, Li Muhan remembered that he met Xia Yu here. If I hadn't reached out to Xiaoyu and taken her home that rainy night, would I still be immersed in the pain of betrayal? As if by magic, Li Muhan walked into the park and sat on the swing where Xiaoyu once sat. A lot has happened in just half a month. After talking to himself for a while, Li Muhan took off his gloves and looked at his hands. These hands took 10 lives a few days ago. Although that was due to the outburst of strength, these hands still seemed to be able to feel the warmth of the blood. Forget it, let's go home quickly. Li Muhan put on gloves and prepared to leave when he suddenly found that someone was sitting on the swing next to him. She was a tall, silver-haired girl wearing a white cloak, with long legs tightly wrapped in a pair of thick black stockings and a beauty so exquisite that it was breathtaking. The girl didn't look at Li Muhan, as if she completely ignored him. Li Muhan didn't pay much attention to her and prepared to get up and leave. What's so special about you? The girl looked at Li Muhan's back and suddenly said something. Li Muhan paused and then slowly turned around. Just then, he saw the girl giving him a strange smile. What did you say? Li Muhan asked. What's so special about you that you can attract the master's attention? The girl also slowly stood up and walked towards Li Muhan. She walked in front of Li Muhan, leaned her head forward, and sniffed Li Muhan. It turns out to be a demon. Without waiting for Li Muhan to answer, the girl had already opened her mouth, and a pair of sharp teeth suddenly appeared in front of Li Muhan. Something is wrong. There's something wrong with this woman. A large piece of flesh was bitten off Li Muhan's shoulder, and his clothes were torn to shreds. The woman was a vampire. Unlike Xiaoyu, she was extremely aggressive, but perhaps she was only extremely hostile towards herself. Oh my god. Am I in trouble this year? Why does every woman want to bite me? Li Muhan didn't have time to think about the reason, because she had just finally broken free from the vampire and was now fleeing on the street. Because of the heavy snow and the late hour, there were almost no pedestrians on the street, and the blood on Li Muhan's shoulder was all over the ground. They're both blood-sucking, so why does this vampire seem to want to eat me alive when sucking my blood? Where are you going? A woman's voice suddenly came from above my head, very close. Li Muhan looked up and saw a woman hanging upside down on a street lamp, her face looking right at his. Then the woman put on a weird smile and pressed Li Muhan's face, pressing his body tightly on the snow. Well, let's go home for dinner, yes, or you can come too. My house is pretty big. Let me taste the devil's blood again. The silver-haired woman's mouth was covered in blood, all of which was Li Muhan's blood. Perhaps the blood stimulated her, and now she was more aggressive than before. She pressed directly on Li Muhan, stretched out her claws and strangled Li Muhan's neck. It's delicious indeed. She licked her lips, her smile growing wider. Girl, ahem, who are you? Do we know each other? Wait a minute. I'm a serious man. Li Muhan was a little out of breath. He reached for his school bag, which contained a gun given to him by the Special Management Bureau. But just as his hand touched the bag, the woman's wings nailed it to the snow. The sharp spikes of the wings, like steel bars, pierced Li Muhan's palm, and blood instantly flowed all over the ground like a fountain. 50 million. Your head is really expensive. But your blood is really delicious. I don't know what's in your body, but it's really fascinating. You really like blood so much. Go to the hospital. Finally, the woman's mouth curled up into an evil smile, and the strength of her hands pinching Li Muhan's neck became stronger and stronger. At this time, several passers-by had witnessed this scene. Is it a movie? What a realistic prop, but I don't see any camera. Why don't we call the police first? That blood looks real. The woman ignored all the evil, and now there was only Li Muhan in her eyes. Just when she was about to tear off Li Muhan's head, Li Muhan suddenly realized that he had to take action. Thunderstorm. If you expand your boundary here, these humans will suffer. The silver-haired vampire stared at Li Muhan with an evil smile. Li Muhan then realized that there were many more passers-by around him without him noticing. They were all filming what was happening on their phones. Ha 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 ha, this is the first time I've seen such a kind devil. The smile on the silver-haired woman's face gradually turned crazy. She looked at Li Muhan coldly, as if she saw her own victory. She took advantage of Li Muhan's hesitation and pierced Li Muhan's chest with her hand. Li Muhan suddenly felt a sharp pain, as if his heart was being held in the woman's hand. "You're clearly AF ************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** That's disgusting. He wanted to struggle, but his body was unable to move, and he could only watch the woman torture him. The silver-haired woman looked at Li Muhan with a fanatical excitement in her eyes. "You're disgusted just because you have a heart. Bullshit. Get up right now. In public, cough cough, you're still on top of me. How the hell is that?" All Li Muhan can do at this moment is talk. This woman really wanted to kill him, but he couldn't even raise his hand, and new wounds kept appearing on his body. "I'm a little tired of you. 50 million is not bad. It can let me live it up for a while." The silver-haired woman finally leaned her head close to Li Muhan's ear and whispered something, then suddenly opened her mouth, intending to give Li Muhan the final blow. The realm unfolds, frost and snow. At this moment, the wind and snow started to blow violently. The mobile phones in the hands of passers-by who were taking pictures nearby were instantly frozen into ice. "Oh my God, my phone. Why is the wind so strong all of a sudden?" The flying snow and wind scattered the onlookers, and the mobile phones they were holding to take pictures were instantly frozen into ice. The snowstorm also gradually stopped the silver-haired woman's crazy killing. She could feel that she was in a boundary. As for who opened the realm, she slowly turned around and looked at the figure gradually emerging at the end of the wind and snow. "Who?" the silver-haired woman asked in a low voice. When the figure became clear before her eyes, the silver-haired woman's pupils dilated instantly. "Why are you here?" This was no longer a question, but a surprise and horror in her heart. Before she could finish her words, the man roughly held her face down, as if asking her a silent question. This figure was like a mountain with endless power. It pulled the silver-haired woman off Li Muhan with one hand and threw her aside like a rag doll. Why are you here?" The silver-haired woman gasped. Astonishment and confusion shot out of her eyes like sharp arrows. Li Muhan got a chance to catch his breath. He struggled to stand up and happened to meet the eyes of the person standing in front of him. Those were a pair of green eyes, like those of a wild beast. At this moment, he was looking down at him from above. She was a tall girl, at least 1.75 meters tall, with a pair of slender legs tightly wrapped in white stockings. Although she was wearing a loose coat, it did not cover her seductive figure at all. She didn't say anything, nor did she pay attention to the terrified silver-haired vampire next to her. She just stared at Li Muhan with a faint smile on her face. "Who are you?" Li Muhan looked at the girl and asked, but the girl just raised her finger and made a gesture of silence, her eyes full of lust, looking at Li Muhan as if she was looking at some extremely tempting delicacy. Just then, Li Muhan heard the sound of a car braking. The blonde girl seemed to have heard the noise as well. She turned her head and looked in the direction of the vehicle, then looked at Li Muhan, and finally said something in a low voice. "I'm attracted to you, demon." Then he turned around and disappeared in the flying snow. "Hey, Li Muhan. Where are you?" The first shout came from Huatian. Soon, his tall and majestic figure emerged from the wind and snow. "What the hell are you doing?" Huatian walked to Li Muhan in the wind and snow. When he saw that Li Muhan had awakened the power of the devil and was in a mess, he roared. "What happened?" "I encountered an alien, was attacked, and then was rescued by another alien." As he spoke, Li Muhan looked towards the place where the silver-haired girl was just now, but there was no one there. "Who saved you?" "Xia Yu." "No. I don't know him." "Forget it. Let's get out of here first." "This is the boundary." Huatian stuffed Li Muhan into the car and took out the car and shouted on the intercom. "An alien has deployed a boundary in the city. Hurry. Support." But the snowstorm soon died down, and there was no damage except for the mobile phones of the onlookers and their memories that were later erased. The driver was Lin Xiu, and the two of them quickly left the scene with Li Muhan and headed straight for the Special Management Bureau. In the special area of the Special Management Bureau, Li Muhan expanded his domain, and the wounds on his body began to recover rapidly. Finally, after the medical team of the Special Management Bureau performed some simple wound treatment, Li Muhan and Huatian were taken into an interrogation room. "It's okay, just routine," Huatian said to Li Muhan with a smile. In fact, this was indeed the case. The other party just asked some simple questions and then let Li Muhan leave. But later Li Muhan realized the seriousness of the matter, although Li Muhan did not join the Special Management Bureau. But the supervision power is currently in the hands of Team 7, and each team will be equipped with an alien to strengthen the overall strength of the team. However, the battle between aliens must be supervised by the team leader throughout the process. If the alien has a guarantor, the guarantor's approval is also required. Although the incident happened suddenly and Xia Yu also expressed her responsibility, Huatian still accepted the punishment and was fined 2 months' salary. But afterwards he patted Li Muhan on the back proudly, said with a smile that it was his fault as the captain that he had not explained it clearly to Li Muhan. At that time, Li Muhan really wanted to say that he was not actually a member of the Special Management Bureau, so you don't have to take the blame for me. But looking at Huatian's hearty smile, he finally said nothing. Ha 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 ha, it's okay. Once we complete a few missions, the bonus will come to us. The person who came to take Li Muhan away was Xia Yu. She was still wearing Li Muhan's clothes and a baseball cap on her head. He must have just come from the barbecue restaurant where he works. When Xia Yu learned from Li Muhan that the person who attacked her was a silver-haired vampire, her face instantly turned gloomy. "Oh, by the way, the one who saved me seemed to be an alien as well. But there was a sudden strong wind and heavy snow, so I couldn't see who she was at all." On the way home, Li Muhan said this. Xia Yu didn't answer, but continued to think. That night, she quietly left the house while Li Muhan was asleep. The wind and snow all over the sky became her best disguise. Even if she spread her wings and soared in the night sky, no one could notice her figure. Finally, she arrived at the top of the Tianhai TV tower, where she and Li Muhan once overlooked the city. But now, sitting on the edge of the tower was another woman. A beautiful girl with blonde hair and blue eyes. Hattie. Xia Yu looked at the girl's back and read out the name. The girl named Hattie ignored Xia Yu and just hummed a song. There was no expression on her face. She looked at the city below as if she was looking at a huge cemetery. It wasn't until Hattie came behind her that she slowly stopped humming the ballad. Long time no see, little moon. At the same time, Li Muhan was pulled back to the opera house while sleeping. At this moment, the opera house was echoing with melodious singing. If Li Muhan hadn't known that the audience were demons, he would have even suspected that he had come to a church. By contacting the idol of Baal, Li Muhan came to the ruined temple. Looking at the demon Baal sitting at the highest position, Li Muhan was furious. Because Baal was still feeling sorry for himself at this time. Why on earth did I lose? Why on earth did I lose? Why, are you upset? Li Muhan walked over and grabbed Baal, pulling him up from the throne. I don't know who you lost to, but how long will you be depressed? Baal, who was dragged by Li Muhan, did not answer. He just turned his head slightly to look at Li Muhan and said lightly, "You won't understand. You are just a mortal and a loser. A-. Are you going to have a fight? I'm the landlord. You're in my body. It's fine if you don't pay the rent, but why are you cursing at me?" Just when Li Muhan was about to have a good fight with this demon, Baal has closed his eyes, and it seems that he doesn't want to say another word to Li Muhan. Li Muhan knows that Baal's soul is now incomplete. If he wants to communicate with him normally, he must first repair his soul. But how to fix it? To repair Baal's soul, it is necessary to harvest the souls of other alien species to make up for the damage to Baal's soul. It was like understanding Li Muhan's difficulties. The solution immediately popped into his mind. Harvesting the souls of other alien species? What a simple and crude method. Finally, he looked at Baal again and saw that he slowly sat back on the throne, and he couldn't help feeling curious. King Baal was so powerful, who defeated him and made him unable to recover. This was Li Muhan's last thought before the sound of his cell phone alarm brought him back to reality. Ding ding ding. He picked up the phone and saw that the caller ID was Lindsay. He knew that the other party must be calling about what happened yesterday. How's it going, Lee Muhan? Did you rest well? Your injuries should have recovered. Lee Muhan took the time to check the time. It was only 6 o'clock in the morning. When he turned around, he saw that the room was empty. Could it be that Xiaoyu didn't come back last night? Well, the wound is almost healed. Now, Lee Muhan tried to prop himself up and sit up from the sofa, but when he pressed his hand on the side, he found it was soft. When he looked down, Xiaoyu was sleeping next to him. Lee Muhan? What happened? Lindsay on the other end of the phone asked with some confusion. Xiaoyu was disturbed by Lee Muhan and opened her eyes slightly, but immediately turned over to face Lee Muhan, hugged Lee Muhan's arm, and continued to fall asleep. Are you taking a shit? Do you want me to call you later? Lindsay was already getting a little impatient on the other end of the phone. It's okay, I just haven't woken up yet. Lee Muhan tried hard to calm down, and at the same time decided in his heart that he must have a good talk with Xiaoyu, as doing so would be terrifying. After that, he finally broke free from Xiaoyu's hand, walked to the door in slippers, and continued talking to Lindsay. Okay, we can continue. I didn't realize you had tracheitis, Lee Muhan. Okay, Director Lin, I think you have something to talk to me about. Lindsay put away his joking tone and spoke slightly seriously. I've read your transcript from last night. The one who attacked you is an unregistered vampire. We will continue to track her down. What about the man who saved me? Lee Muhan asked, leaning on the handrail of the staircase corridor, playing with the door key in his hand. Her name is Hattie, nicknamed Beifeng. She's not under the supervision of the Huaxia National Special Management Bureau. Oh, and she and Xiaoyu have some old grudges. If possible, try not to have any contact with her in the future. Lee Muhan gave a bitter smile. After all, the other person had saved his life, so he decided to take things one step at a time. When she and Xiaoyu were fighting, he could just cheer them on without intervening. Moreover, among all the things that happened to me now, except for taking Xiaoyu home, which one was done voluntarily? Could I just avoid getting involved in it? As for the old grudge between Xiaoyu and Beifeng, Lee Muhan did not ask, and Lindsay did not bring up the topic again. By the way, I heard you're still working part-time? Lindsay suddenly said this. Yeah, but it's gone now. I'm fired. Lee Muhan felt a little discouraged when talking about this. He still had some savings, but he couldn't go on like this. That's perfect. Team 7 is now complete and will soon be back on regular missions. You won't have much time to work part-time after this. Lee Muhan was a little unhappy. He was helping out voluntarily, but why did it seem like he had signed a contract to sell himself? Director Lin, I've told you many times that I haven't decided to join the Special Management Bureau yet. Why are you arranging a job for me? I don't even have the rent. Lee Muhan gets angry when he thinks of rent. He pays the rent on time even though he is so poor, but the autistic demon in his body actually calls him a loser, as if he owes him something. Ding dong. Alpay suddenly popped up a message for Lee Muhan. 30,000 yuan has been deposited into my Alpay account. Lee Muhan was dumbfounded. What's going on? How did 30,000 suddenly arrive in my account? Rent? That's right, you're still a student. This is my personal sponsorship of your living expenses. When you officially join the Special Management Bureau, your initial salary will probably be about the same. The money should have been transferred to you. Do you want to take a look? It's arrived. Wait, 30,000 a month. This is just the base salary, not including other extra benefits and mission attendance bonuses. You're a newcomer, so you won't get much, probably around 30,000 a month. Boom. Lee Muhan felt as if Bale's lightning had struck him directly in the heart. 30,000 a month. What kind of high-paying job is this? Of course, if you don't want to accept my sponsorship, I can also. No. Director Lin, I accept. Although I didn't join, I can still help you. What did you say just now, work? Okay, I'm yours for the rest of my life. In this way, Lee Muhan became a trainee of the Special Management Bureau. An hour later, he and Xiaoyu arrived at the Special Management Bureau together, because today, Team 7 will have their first mission. In the meeting room of Team 7, Hua Tian, Su Shui, Lin Ziyu, and Yin Qi have all arrived. After seeing Lee Muhan, Huatian was about to step forward when he suddenly saw Xia Yu, who followed Li Muhan in. He was so scared that he quickly took 2 steps back. "The captain is still so afraid of Miss Xia," Su Shui said jokingly. "Shut up, Peach." Huatian lowered his head and muttered. Li Muhan was a little curious. How could Huatian, a seemingly fearless man, actually be afraid of someone? He turned and looked at Xia Yu. "What's going on?" "I dealt with him once before, when he just joined the Special Management Bureau." Xia Yu said it lightly and expressionlessly, as if she was talking about something as easy as eating a piece of bread this morning. Li Muhan probably understood, and for the sake of his captain's reputation, he didn't ask any further questions. "Okay, now that all the members of Team 7 are here, Xia, Miss Xia, are you also going to join our operation?" Lin Ziyu is always the one responsible for giving mission briefings. He has no grudges against Xia Yu, but he is introverted by nature. In addition, Xia Yu is a disaster-level alien, so he is naturally a little nervous. Xia Yu shook her head. She seemed so cold to everyone except Li Muhan. "I'm his guarantor and was responsible for bringing him here. Now Team 7 has taken over. I'll be leaving first." Seeing Xia Yu walking towards the door, all the members of Team 7 except Li Muhan breathed a sigh of relief. This is a disaster-level anomaly. Xia Yu, a member of the vampire clan, was a name as terrifying as the god of death in the Special Management Bureau. One could imagine how painfully Muhan's life was under the supervision of such a person. When they reached the door, Xia Yu suddenly turned around and everyone became nervous. But she just looked at Li Muhan and spoke in a gentle voice. "I'll bring some barbecue back tonight. The boss said he can give me the leftovers." There was a hint of anticipation on her face when she said this, as if she was waiting for Li Muhan's praise. Li Muhan did not disappoint her, and walked up to her and ruffled her hair with a smile. "No need. I've also received my salary. I'll take you out for dinner tonight and take you shopping for some clothes on the weekend." Xia Yu lowered her head, her face slightly red. Li Muhan still couldn't believe that Xia Yu was working in a barbecue restaurant. It was said that Lin Zhe introduced her to that job, so it seemed that the owner of the barbecue restaurant was no ordinary person. After Xia Yu closed the door, the other members of Team 7 were still talking. Even Yinchi, who usually had a blank expression, opened his mouth wide at this moment, wondering if he had seen it wrong. "What the hell? That's Xia Yu. You guys. Li Muhan. What the hell? What's going on?" Huatian couldn't speak clearly. He originally thought that Xia Yu was just Li Muhan's guarantor. But now it seems that the relationship between these two people is very unusual. "Muhan, what kind of relationship do you have with Miss Xia?" Su Shui also came over curiously. "It's unbelievable. I didn't expect that Xia Yu, that natural disaster level, would be so gentle to others." Li Muhan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Xia, you didn't care about her reputation at all. She was rumored to be a bad girl, even ****ch, in college, and her reputation in this Special Management Bureau was obviously not good either." After some gossip, everyone finally got to the point. Lin Ziyu projected the mission information onto the screen and gave an explanation at the same time. "This mission is a request from the Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. Brother Muhan is participating in our mission for the first time, so let me briefly explain that the commissions accepted by the Special Management Bureau are basically related to aliens. In other words, incidents involving aliens that human agencies cannot handle will be handed over to our bureau for handling." Li Muhan listened very carefully and even took notes, which made Lin Ziyu nod his head continuously. You know, it was the first time that he was treated with such respect during a mission briefing. Although Huatian and the others would listen carefully, they would never give Lin Ziyu such positive feedback. The case was originally a common abduction case of a young girl. Last winter, a female employee of a company in Tianhai City suddenly disappeared on her way home from get-off work. She was suspected of being abducted. A photo of a pretty woman appeared on the projection. LVU-24 disappeared while waiting for the bus after get-off work last September. Note that she vanished in plain sight. She has yet to be found. She has 2 elderly family members in the countryside and a boyfriend, who has also been cleared of suspicion. A surveillance video was played on the projector. In the picture, Liu, wearing a business suit and carrying a bag, is waiting for the bus while looking at her mobile phone. But when the time reached 8:24, Liu disappeared without a trace in the next moment, which scared an old man next to her. But because it was late and there were few people waiting for the bus, only the old man noticed this. Then a photo of a second woman appeared. Zhou Yinyun, 25, a bank employee, disappeared mysteriously 2 months after Liu's disappearance while traveling with friends to the restroom. Next are Kang Yuhua, 23, Zhao Li, 25, and Yang Ying, 22. So far, there have been 15 missing women, the most recent being Qin Muhan, a 22-year-old junior at Tianhai University, 2 months ago. The common denominator among them is that they disappeared suddenly and without warning. Li Muhan's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. He seemed to have heard of these events somewhere before. The serial disappearance of young girls, etc. He suddenly turned his head to look at Huatian and found that the mockery in the other's eyes was gone. At this moment, Huatian's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the projection, his hands clenched into fists that made a crackling sound. That's right. Lin Ziyu looked at Li Muhan. These incidents are exactly the same as the serial disappearance of young girls 5 years ago. Having said that, he suddenly looked at Huatian and said, I suggest that Team 7 abandon this mission and hand it over to another team. No. Huatian stood up and said coldly, if it's given to another team, then this matter will be left unresolved. His eyes were full of anger, and he was obviously very dissatisfied with the Special Management Bureau team that handled the matter that year. Lin Ziyu sighed helplessly. I had to continue introducing the task. The Tianhai City Police are at their wits' end. These disappearances leave no clues, and they have no idea where to start. So last month, after evaluation, the Special Management Bureau took over the case and conducted a preliminary investigation and finally pointed the finger at a species of alien called the Zhan Kingdom. The Huaxia monster, also known as the Mahua, is a mountain spirit native to the land of Huaxia. It was first recorded in the Shouxinji written by the Eastern Jin Dynasty historian Ganbao. This monster resembles a monkey and specializes in abducting women and forcing them to bear children, refusing to let them go home. Currently, the Zhan Kingdom only exists in Huaxia country. Or, in other words, the only place where the Zhan Kingdom is recorded and supervised is the Huaxia country's Special Management Bureau. 3 of us. 3 photos appeared on the projection. The men in these 3 photos are no different from ordinary people. They're around 40 years old, a little bald, and look like 3 greasy middle-aged men. The first one is from the Xian Kingdom, alias Zhu Chang. He was first recorded in the archives 50 years ago. He is currently a minor and has little contact with women. The second one is from the Xian Kingdom, using the alias Zhang Yu. He was first recorded in the archives 30 years ago. He's currently a sailor, often wandering around, so he can basically be ruled out. Then a third person appeared on the projection. Zhou Zhigua, first entered into the archives 7 years ago, is currently a taxi driver in Tianhai City, and Lin Ziyu looked at Huatian and found that the look in his eyes when he looked at Zhou Zhigua was almost scary, as if he wanted to eat someone. He is also one of the suspects in the serial disappearances of young girls 5 years ago, and the most likely individual to have committed this crime. Looking at the somewhat obscene photo of Zhou Zhigua, Li Muhan felt a little uncomfortable. Are those women still alive now? Where are they? What did he do to those women? When he thought of this, he felt a chill on his back, and Zhou Zhigua's eyes seemed to become unusually cold. This time, I won't let him get away again. Huatian picked up the tablet and looked at Zhou Zhigua on the screen. He actually crushed the tablet computer directly. Captain, this is public property. We're going to deduct money again. Lin Ziyu's wails echoed in the conference room. Tianhai City in the evening. At the gate of the first hospital, Gu Ruashi was driven out again. She had clearly heard that Zhao Chenkuan had woken up and originally thought that he would contact her as soon as possible, but after waiting for a long time, Gu Ruashi did not receive any message from Zhao Chenkuan. Helpless, she had to call to inquire. Zhao Chenkuan, who had just woken up, was very weak, which made Gu Ruashi feel distressed. So she dressed up carefully and planned to go to the hospital to see Zhao Chenkuan again. Now that Zhao Chenkuan is awake, those bodyguards shouldn't dare to treat him like that again. But what Zhao Chenkuan said after seeing her made Gu Ruashi feel like she was falling into an ice cave. F***ku, you stinky B***ch. Don't let me see you again. Or I'll G skin you alive. Zhao Chenkuan, who was originally paralyzed on the bed, immediately pointed at Gu Ruashi's nose and started cursing as soon as he saw her. Akun, what on earth did I do? Get out of here. I don't want to see you again. Get out. Zhao Chenkuan picked up something with his only remaining hand and threw it at Gu Ruashi. After escaping from the hospital, Gu Ruashi walked aimlessly on the streets on a winter night. The snow has stopped today, and there are many pedestrians on the streets again at night, but Gu Ruashi feels like she is walking on a dark path with no end in sight. She didn't understand why this happened. Gu Ruashi just felt very tired and wanted to take a nap, so she returned to the small villa that Zhao Chenkuan bought for her, but at the door, she couldn't unlock the door no matter whether she used fingerprint or face recognition. It even triggered an alarm. The houses of these wealthy people are all managed by special private security companies. Within 2 minutes, several security company personnel arrived at the door of the villa. They saw Gu Ruashi with a confused look on her face and asked her what she did. I am the master here. Gu Ruashi took out her ID card and said that the house was hers. The security guard checked the ID card and told Gu Ruashi, I'm sorry, but your name wasn't on the property at the time, Ms. Gu. And just now, the information you entered into our security system was cleared by the house's real owner, Mr. Zhao. What? But Zhao Chenkuan bought this house for me. And a lot of the furniture inside was bought with my own savings. My luggage is still inside. We don't know about these, but please leave here now. Gu Ruashi wanted to argue, but was dragged into the car by the other party with brute force. The security company drove the car and threw Gu Ruashi onto the street a few blocks away. Gu Ruashi felt extremely aggrieved. Not only did she not have a home to return to, but she also lost her luggage. But then again, was that really her home? She got up from the ground covered in dust and dirt, thinking of going to a hotel to spend the night. In the past, Gu Ruashi was a girl who would budget carefully and make a travel plan a month in advance when traveling with her parents, and would even bargain with the B&B owner for half a day over a $10 price. But now, she walked into Tianhai City's most luxurious 5-star hotel without even looking around. To her, everything here was what she deserved, but she ignored her current situation. After checking into the top-floor luxury suite, Gu Ruashi was lying on the soft big bed and was about to fall asleep when the door was suddenly opened. The sleepy Gu Ruashi was pulled out of bed and taken to the front desk downstairs. I'm sorry, miss. The amount on the card you just swiped has been frozen. What? She looked at the front desk in disbelief, then took out another card from her bag. This one is frozen too, miss. Wait for me a moment. Gu Ruashi began to take out the cards in her wallet one by one. But as expected, all the cards were frozen and could not be used. Finally, Gu Ruashi knew the reason. Because these cards were given to her by Zhao Chenkuan, and the money did not belong to her. After being kicked out by the hotel security, she sat on the ground dejectedly. Where are we going tonight? I still have more than 1,000 yuan in my WeChat, so I can only stay in an ordinary hotel. But how can Gu Ruashi get used to living in that kind of place now? She planned to go eat something first. She hesitated for a long time at the door of the high-end restaurant, but ultimately did not go in. After all, this money is her last resort, and a casual meal in this restaurant can make her bankrupt at this moment. Finally, as she was walking aimlessly, she was attracted by the smell of barbecue. It has been a long time since I last ate these things. Looking at the booming barbecue restaurant, Gu Ruashi gritted her teeth and finally walked over. She was sitting on an open-air chair, looking at the menu, when she heard a familiar voice. No need to pick me up, I can go home. I was afraid you'd get upset and go sit in the park again. Shut up. Gu Ruashi turned around following the voice and saw a familiar figure. That was once the back view she cherished most. Lee Muhan. Gu Ruashi subconsciously wanted to call Lee Muhan, but found that he was chatting with a petite and slender girl. The girl was wearing a loose sweatshirt and jeans. Her black hair was tied into a long ponytail. Although she was wearing a mask and a hat, you could tell from her eyes and eyebrows that she was a beauty. Who is that? Gu Ruashi asked in her heart. Lee Muhan's girlfriend? How is that possible? Who else would care about that taciturn guy except me? Gu Ruashi suddenly remembered that Lee Muhan brought home Xiaoyu, the famous B****ch in school. Could it be that this girl was Xiaoyu? She looked carefully, examining the girl's face, and was surprised to find that it was really Xiaoyu. That Xiaoyu actually works in a barbecue restaurant? It was she who had just given him the menu. Was she deliberately not recognizing him? And was she even deliberately chatting with Lee Muhan in front of him? What was this, a demonstration? Gu Ruashi found it funny. How could she still care about a man she had abandoned? But in fact, Gu Ruashi was already starting to feel uncomfortable at this time. Seeing Lee Muhan and Xiaoyu communicating so happily, Lee Muhan even reached out to help Xiaoyu straighten her hat, which was a little tilted. Gu Ruashi was so angry. How could he be so intimate with other girls? She cleared her throat, stood up, lifted her hair with her fingers, and shouted at Lee Muhan's back in surprise. What a coincidence. But unexpectedly, Lee Muhan acted as if he didn't hear it and didn't even turn around. Didn't he hear it? That's impossible. Even Xiaoyu saw me. Yes. Xiaoyu looked at Gu Ruashi and winked at Lee Muhan. Lee Muhan was stunned, then turned around and saw Gu Ruashi standing there awkwardly with her hand raised in the air, ready to greet him. Oh, were you calling me just now? Sorry, why didn't you just call me by my name? Lee Muhan said to Gu Ruashi with a faint smile on his face. What? Gu Ruashi was very unhappy. What I mean is, if I don't call your name, you won't even be able to recognize my voice. He did it on purpose. He must have done it on purpose, to make me angry. Gu Ruashi thought about this, and then said to Lee Muhan in a relaxed manner. It's okay. Do you want to come sit with me? No, I'm here to pick her up from get off work. I'll be leaving soon. Enjoy your meal and drink. Lee Muhan simply greeted Gu Ruashi with a smile, and then turned back to chat with Xiaoyu. Gu Ruashi was stunned. She was not unfamiliar with Lee Muhan's behavior. As a child who grew up in an orphanage, and an abnormal orphanage at that, Lee Muhan was very precocious. He is very tactful and can keep a distance from everyone, so that you don't feel he is being presumptuous or too intimate. But I never use these on myself. Lee Muhan has always treated himself completely differently from others, but just now, Gu Ruashi felt that in his eyes, she was no different from any other person. So Gu Ruashi directed all the blame towards Xiaoyu, who was beside Lee Muhan. This woman must have snatched Lee Muhan away. She was completely confused and forgot that she was the one who abandoned Lee Muhan first. She vented her anger on this girl who was more dazzling than herself even in her simple clothes, mask, and hat. Lee Muhan, are you still dating this kind of woman just to get angry with me? She walked up to Lee Muhan and said to him angrily. Lee Muhan turned his back to her, rolled his eyes, then turned around and looked at her expressionlessly. Ms. Gu, I hope you can be more respectful to my friend. Lee Muhan, how dare you speak to me like that? Who do you think you are? I'm already giving you enough respect by talking to you now, Miss Gu. As you said, we are not from the same world. You'd better not talk to me anymore. After hearing this, Gu Ruashi became even more certain that Lee Muhan was just angry with her, and she snorted coldly. He puffed out his chest and said to Lee Muhan, Lee Muhan, even if I don't want you anymore, you can't let yourself degenerate. Do I need to remind you of this woman's character? She might sleep with you today and crawl into someone else's bed tomorrow. You. Lee Muhan's eyes suddenly became fierce. He stared at Gu Ruashi coldly and said word by word. Don't be shameless. As soon as he saw Gu Ruashi's face, he remembered the videos that Zhao Qiankuan showed him. It wasn't that he felt angry, but he just felt that the person in front of him was his former love. Very dirty. How could you talk to me like that? Lee Muhan, let me tell you, I originally thought we could still be friends, but now I think I should cut off all contact with you. This is a method that Gu Ruashi has used many times. No matter what you have done, just say it. Then let's break up and never talk to each other again. Lee Muhan would immediately humble himself to coax her. She thought it was because Lee Muhan couldn't leave her. But she never expected that it was because of Lee Muhan's love for her that he was so accommodating to her. But now, Lee Muhan's love for her may have disappeared completely. When Lee Muhan heard Gu Ruashi's words, he sneered, took out his mobile phone, and blocked all her WeChat friends, mobile phone numbers, and Alipay accounts in front of Gu Ruashi. Then he said to her with an indifferent expression, "We have nothing to do with each other now, so stop bothering me." Haunting? I'm pestering you. Gu Ruashi was so angry that she was shaking all over. Why did Lee Muhan become like this? She looked at Xiaoyu with anger, but found that the girl didn't even look at her. She looked aside with boredom and yawned. You two dogs. Lee Muhan, you will regret this. Even if you kneel down and beg me to forgive you, I will ignore you. Gu Ruashi was about to leave with her bag, but before she left, she heard the conversation between the two behind her. Next time she comes, do I need to talk to the boss and give her a discount? Discount? It's almost like breaking a bone. Don't pay attention to her. Gu Ruashi was almost going crazy. She was jogging in her high heels, unable to tell whether she was trying to avoid Lee Muhan or Xiaoyu. I only knew that I had been walking for a long time and there was no one around. Only then did she realize that she had turned into a small path. Gu Ruashi took off her high heels and rubbed her feet wrapped in high-end flesh-colored stockings. Her feet were extremely sore after walking all the way in high heels. Forget it, let's just find an ordinary hotel tonight. Thinking of this, she turned around and tried to walk out of the path, but found that several drunk men were blocking her way. Beauty, burp doing business? Yo? Holy shit. Beautiful lady, I only saw your back just now, not your front. You are so damn beautiful. Hee, look at these legs. Oh my god, my mouth is watering. There are 4 of us, beautiful ladies. Look, how much do you charge? Gu Ruashi looked at these people coldly. Go away. I don't have time for you. Hey, aren't you here for business? That's even better. We guys don't have any money anyway, ha 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 ha. As he spoke, several men pounced on Gu Ruashi. Let me go. You blind beasts. Do you know who I am? Gu Ruashi struggled to resist, but was still pinned to the ground by several people, and someone had already started to tear off her clothes. I don't give K who you are. You're just a tool for us to relieve our anger. Don't G scream, or I'll cut your pretty face with a knife. Gu Ruashi was angry and scared. She didn't understand why this happened to her. Help! Help me! Lee Muhan! Help! She thought she would call out Zhao Chengquin's name, but subconsciously, what came out of her mouth was Lee Muhan's name. Just as her clothes were being torn off by several people, Gu Ruashi's consciousness seemed to return to the past. Back to the night when I first met Lee Muhan. That year, Gu Ruashi was 7 years old. After having a conflict with her parents, she rushed out of the house and ran wildly in the night. It seemed to be a moonless winter night like today. It's also an alley like this where you can't see your hand in front of you. The only difference was a few wild dogs. 7-year-old Gu Ruashi was surrounded by several wild dogs, who began to attack her and bite her skirt just like the men did now. Gu Ruashi then was the same as she is now. No, it should be the same now as then, crying like a helpless child. At that time, it was a little beggar in tattered clothes and with unkempt hair who saved him. He stepped forward and beat the wild dogs away with stones and sticks. Facing Gu Ruashi, who kept crying, the little beggar only said one sentence. Don't cry, I'll protect you. He stayed with Gu Ruashi until she was tired of crying. Then the little beggar carried Gu Ruashi on his back and dropped her off at the door of the police station. Later, the police checked the surveillance footage and found out that the little beggar was a child from a nearby orphanage, named Lee Muhan. Gu Ruashi went to visit Lee Muhan with her parents, and from that time on, the two became friends. You said you would protect me, right? Since then, Li Muhan has been fulfilling his promise. Until now. He will never stand up to protect himself again. Didn't you say you would protect me? Just as her clothes were about to be torn, Gu Ruashi sobbed and said these words. But they were ignored by these beasts, who only wanted to vent their animal desires. But no one noticed that deep in the alley, a dark shadow was slowly approaching the group, enjoying their farce, and then slit the throats of several men. The black shadow squatted down, tilted his head, looked at Gu Ruashi, who was frightened and stunned, and then let out a low sneer. On this winter night, another missing person occurred. The police received a report the next morning, but it was not a missing person case, but a murder case. A garbage collector found the bodies of 4 men in an alley. The men's throats were cut and blood was all over the ground. What really prompted the police to contact the Special Management Bureau was the discovery of a high-end women's handbag and a surveillance video at the scene. A woman walked into the path, and then the 4 dead men followed in, but no one came out again, and the path was a dead end. The members of Team 7 arrived at the scene. This was Li Muhan's first mission. He felt like vomiting when he looked at the corpses, but when he saw the bag, his brows furrowed slightly. What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable? This is the first time you've seen a corpse like this. Huatian walked up to Li Muhan and patted him on the shoulder. Their identities are Special Assistant Investigators. After all, the existence of the Special Management Bureau cannot be known to the general public and the police. But Li Muhan just squatted on the ground, picked up the bag, and said to Huatian, I know the missing person this time.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.